Oh, where's my window? Where's my window, man? I need a new window. Netog. Where is my window? My window went away. There it is. There it was. There it was. There it is. There it was. It is. It was. There it is. Is that the right window? Bro, it looks weird, but it's correct. Alright, we were scrolled. We were scrolled for some reason. Scroll you. Pass the scroll, man. Something's wrong with my. Something's wrong with my window. Seriously. That's not right. It doesn't look right. Does that look right? Maybe it looks alright. Alright, it's not that bad. It will suffice. Okay, guys, welcome. Welcome to the horizontal output, vertical output. Welcome to Twitch and YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe over on YouTube. We've got analysis stream Thursday. Philiador. I'm from Philadelphia. How about you? Yay! We've got Asterbait, a lot in store for you. Asterbait, Spielman, Rudolph Spielman. Analysis, a little bit of a part of the opening of my game from the rap tournament last Friday. Mule Skinner, Nefidov, Sun Prism, and now with more Bijak. Bijak, good to have you with us. Can I buy you a drink? Schumacher. My mouse is acting up. Now it doesn't click when I press the button. It won't click. Schumacher is a member of the Crest Book Chess Club. All right. Let's see. Compose message. Hello. All right. He's a good Russian boy. Now, all right. How can I get this game? View on lichess. Copy to study. Bijak, thanks for being a subscriber. You're drinking beer in the pub. You got to come back later. Okay. You're drinking beer in the pub. He's busy drinking beer in the pub. Did I close the window again? No way. I did it again. What the fuck am I doing? We're going to try this again. Hello? I let you kiss my sister. Oh, man. Play. Study in my studies. Yeah, we've done this 3 times already. All right. Yes, we ordered a new mouse. Not only am I getting a new mouse for the desktop that's coming, I ordered a second mouse, so then I'll have a mouse for the laptop as well. Enough is enough of this crappy mouse. So, you're busy drinking beer. That's fine. You come back later, nice and drunk, to appreciate the fine points of our game. Asterbait is white, and it's even passant. Okay, so we got 7 games and counting. Max 10. What's up? Thank you guys for being subscribers. Asterbait, Sun Prism, Bijak, all subscribers. We need more subscribers, more donations, more hype trains. No hype trains for a long time. We tried last week, couldn't get a hype train. I'm dying here. All of Hungary is dying. We can't even have decent chess tournaments here. We're so economically depressed, literally. Hungary is so economically depressed, we don't have good chess tournaments anymore. We have lots of chess players and no good tournaments for them to play in. That's it. All right. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, so Astrobate is white. Knight f3, f5. So Astrobate, teach you. You guys don't hear my computer. The Streamlabs is a disaster. I can't wait to get the new computer coming in the next 2 weeks, so I can stream without this, like, my fan throttling. Even though I have it, I have the sound, you know, blocking it out. It's annoying for me. All right, knight f3, f5. Astrobate, I'm going to show you this line that I like. The idea is to do this gambit, but in a kind of delayed version. So if you play d3, you can do e4 on the next move, like no matter what black does against anything. That's what I strongly recommend. Anyway, I have a perfect score with this line, almost a perfect score with this line. You just play e4 no matter what they do. But anyway, this is the Lycian gambit. So it's good too. 100 for Astrobate game and the hype train. Hype train. It's a little early to maybe think about a hype train, but anything's possible. We need 5 different people to donate, gift, whatever. We got 100 bits from 4T2. Astrobate with 100 bits. That's 2. 42. Do we have a game from you? We don't have any 42 masterpieces. Thanks for being a subscriber. I know you're waiting for the tariffs to subside before buying an American car, right? No. I know that you're in the market for a used Tesla. Just kidding. Thank you for the donation. 100 bits, 100 bits. Hype train. 2 guys. This is Astrobate versus even Passant. So, okay, Lycian Gambit is scary, but it's not that bad for black, because this drives the knight, this would drive the knight away from f3. After pawn takes pawn, he has to play, well, anyway, this is the best move. He doesn't have to play f takes e. It's clearly the best move. Your knight gets deplaning. It gets displaced. You have to put it on g5. And that isn't ideal necessarily. So after knight g5, black usually plays knight f6. You play d3. We're hoping for something like pawn takes pawn, in which case, the various options, it's basically Fromm's gambit in reverse, where white is now threatening stuff like knight takes h7. That's what you really want to see when you play the Lycian gambit, but black's best is probably something else. After d3, he doesn't have to accept the pawn, so d3 and then something sensible here for black, like d5. Now d takes e4. As long as black doesn't lose sight of reality, his position should be all right. But anyway, your opponent after e4 plays the insane knight f6, and now you have 2 options, which is really kind of interesting. He's basically playing the Fred now. This is a Fred by transposition. That's funny. It's a Fred deferred. It's actually not a Fred deferred. It's a Fred by transposition. I said it right the first time. It's like it was e4, f5, and or we could say it's a Fred declined, or Fred deferred, Fred accepted deferred. So now you accepted the Fred. Now you can accept the Fred with pawn takes pawn. And if d5, you could give the pawn back or try to hang on to it with bishop d3. You could even try like knight h4. I know that's one of your old favorites. Basically a king's gambit of sorts in reverse. Uber driver, yeah, the hype train attempt was too early, I'm afraid. Just don't have enough viewers to really support this hype train attempt. You guys have to keep logging in with different accounts. You don't have enough accounts. We'll get the hype train. We'll get it. We just need to get more people. So knight f6, really bad move. So here's the thing: you have two choices, even three. You could play d3, transposing to the citizen deferred. But no, the other twos are better. You can take or push. And Asterbate decided to push, and I think this is fine. You know, this is fine. This is a huge advantage to white. This should be a huge advantage to white. And black's choices look pretty limited to me. I think he has to play knight d5. I mean, it looks kind of like a really bizarre Alekhine defense, and I'm sure that it's not good. Combining the Alekhine and the Dutch into one opening. But the opponent instead went here, losing a piece. That was a mouse slip, obviously. He meant to play knight d5, but he played e6 by accident. He's a bad mouse. And I know this isn't the best game for Masturbate. He admitted it. Pawn takes pawn. And now, given the choice of queen takes or taking with the pawn, black played the irrational g takes f6, imbalancing the pawn structure. I guess if you're down a piece, maybe it's not such a bad decision, to be honest. And now, you don't do anything crazy. You played c4. But I would think, like, here, white is winning, objectively. d4 is the most normal of moves. You might allow black to play d5. So there could be an argument that, you know, the argument would be like c4 is better, but if he plays like a Sicilian, which he did, he gets a little better grip on the center now. You know, so I think at the end of the day, I mean, you should probably play d4. And on d5 you can play a Queen's Gambit, albeit a really strange Queen's Gambit after c4, dude. That is a weird Queen's Gambit. So this is just for your entertainment purposes only, guys. Obviously not a perfect game. Very amateur. c4, c5. Good move by him, but I mean that's the best move for black in this position. I will wager c5 is best. Possibly instead of c5, he could play like b6, try to play bishop b7. You know, you're playing piece odds here. He's playing piece odds. Knight h4, unprincipled move. But you have the threat of queen h5 check, and then knight g6, which will win at least possibly an exchange. So black is in a very dangerous place. Plays the following: bishop d6, queen h5 check. And now black has only one move, king e7, and he found it. See here, at this point now, queen h6 is very tempting. You didn't play it. You were too hasty. And if you play queen h6, black has queen g8 anyway. I'm not sure this is such a good move, to be fair. No, I mean, I think the maneuver with queen h5 was wrong and too ambitious and ultimately not necessarily the best. You're not developing your pieces. He blunders. Asterbate blunders with knight g6 check, giving the piece back. And now black misses it. He's just winning back a piece. And black is doing okay after that. Instead, he gives you the full rook. Knight takes h8 check, king g7, knight c3, king takes h8, knight g5, rather knight b5, king g8, knight takes d6, queen f7 check, and then d4 check, and an acute mate with bishop takes f4. I'm going to change mice while we pause here for a second. I'm going to do a mice swap, because this mouse has gotten really out of control now. Goodbye. Alright. Now it's like, not only I can't deal with it anymore. We're swapping out the mice. That mouse has really gotten out of control. I can't even click anymore. Mouse has seen the end of its life. and it isn't good. End of life. All right. Now, back to business. All right, this mouse is considerably slower, but at least it doesn't. At least it works. All right, Mama. All right, dude. Mama, is anybody here yet? Uber driver, you're supposed to be here so you can help out with the hype train. Black Queenside really worked hard in that game. You know, oddly enough, the sort of similar thing happened when I played the reverse the citizen. Won a really nice game. Black never really got his queenside pieces out as well. Common theme. If you play f5, you know, you got to get the kingside developed, then you leave the queenside behind. I mean, the Dutch is like the Sicilian. It's, you know, it is a move. You're playing f5, you're not getting your king out of the center. I mean, it's very hyper modern in that sense, and so not a classical defense. Not recommended for players, you know, under 1800. I'll be honest. Online under 1800, I don't think that people should play the Dutch. Or let's say online under 2000. I don't think the players should play the Dutch. It's just too hard, man. Mr. Morphy was fucking the best chess player of his era, so he could play whatever he wanted. That's not the point. The point is, like, amateurs shouldn't play openings that require, you know, exceedingly strong hypermodern skills where you don't get the king out of the center. Astrobit use 100 bits. Try hard 100. Alright, guys. Let's get some gift subs. Hype train. I'm waiting for Mr. Slow, hoping that he shows up before we go to that, you know, before we go to our main feature game, of course. He said he would be here on Thursday. Uber driver 500. Cooking a pizza. Nice. Homemade or frozen or fresh? 500 for pizza. Nice. 2 out of 5 to a hype train. Microwave. Nice. Air fryer pizza. Alright, so while we're waiting for Mr. Slow, I'm going to hold off on mine. There's Muleskinner, Nefedov. We're waiting for Schumacher. You can always do Sun Prism. I could put Sun Prism up front because he's here. But then he'll leave and we'll only have 2 viewers. That's the only thing. If I do players who are viewers, that sucks, you know. They leave. Microwave, always reliable. Alright, anyway. I have a friend that has to get, like, radiation therapy this week. It just made me think of that. Alright. Anyway. So, Sun Prism is black. We're facing d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and then Bogo Indian with bishop e4 check. Right, okay. My biggest fear when I play the Bogo Indian is that I face knight on bd2, because that's objectively the stronger move on some level, I think. But again, a move that's very subtle. Many players, including myself, I tried to play knight d2. I think it requires an incredible understanding of chess, and even though it may be the better move, weaker players don't tend to play it very well. So bishop d2 is pretty much standard. And now Sun Prism played c5. This variation I never played much, but I experimented with a little bit in some recent tournaments. It's objectively a good line. I faced it a lot with white, you know, so I've always kind of respected this variation. Yeah, I mean, bishop e7 is not not the main line. Magnus's move is fine too. You can exchange. Bishop takes d2. I think this move is a little underrated. Bishop takes d2 check. Aspirate with 100 bits. Thank you. Recently I've been trying this BOGO stuff since I played Nimzo. Well, you got to play something against knight f3. You know, Uber Driver brought up bishop e7, but I mean, with bishop e7, like, you're gonna what are you gonna do? Like, transpose to the queen's gambit? I mean, what's the point? It's sort of weird. If you play bishop e7 and white plays knight c3, now you're transposing to the queen's gambit after d5. That doesn't have any real independent value, you know? So it's not like the queen's Indian, where you can go, like, bishop e4 check, bishop e7. You're going to have to transpose to a queen's gambit after bishop e7, knight c3. Why would we play the BOGO if we wanted to play the queen's gambit? You know, we could have played the queen's gambit on move. Are you talking about this? Here? b6? What? That's not good. Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. But, all right. We'll let you live in your own world. g3. Now, yeah, I get a lot of people doing, like, a3 because they can. Which is not a move that, instead of bishop e4, oh, okay. Well, that's a different story. Yeah. So, well, main move is bishop takes b4. The question is, like, what white does after that. Queen d3 has a good score. That was kind of a trendy move for a little while. I'm not sure what the final, you know, status of that is. Cognoscenti. I played a3. I beat Jankovic, the Croatian grandmaster, once. But the main line is g3. But what your opponent did here, I mean, it's perfectly legit. g3 immediately. This could transpose. You can play b6 now. I don't even remember if I had this in a game against Fred or something. So it turns out queen b6 is the main move for black. Makes a lot of sense. But it also looks kind of artificial at the same time. So I think if it were me, I would lean toward b6. Because this diagonal is very menacing. You know, I mean, if we can kind of prevent white from dominating completely on this diagonal. So I guess my recommendation would be b6. After bishop g2, bishop b7. The only thing is, like, can white do these sort of gambit things with, like, d5? I think if you play this for black, you have to be well prepared. I had some people, I might even have some games here. I just have one. But it's that Bagsy Mogs, oh my god guy. This wasn't that long ago. Back in August. Bishop takes d2 check. You know, there was the Play Like Kasparov account that I had faced in a lot of games that used the same motif with the d5. He loved to play these d5 sort of pawn sacrifices. This looks kind of scary for black. So I'm not saying like b6 is the safest, definitely. Castles, I would suppose, is like safest. But you can't counter the long diagonal there. So this looks to be quite a good scoring variation. I vaguely looked at this once. The engine suggests e3, a move that's like hardly ever been played. Very strange. All right, I don't know about e3. My computer doesn't count. It's extremely weak. We're not going to base any analysis on my processor. Relying on my processor, running Stockfish. But let's just see what happens. So you face g3. You castled, solid move. White castles. Now it's impossible to nullify this diagonal here, so you're going to have to opt for a more traditional type of development. Overdrive says b6 before taking on d2. Yeah. Well, here we got some kind of transposition sort of stuff going on. It looks like d5, what you did is playable. It's strangely familiar to me. I have this very weird feeling like I've seen this somewhere. You know, naturally, like this is more standard. This is the normal structural way to play these positions, where you play with dark square pawn chain, usually putting, I mean, typically you'll put the queen on like e7. Lichess used to play sometimes like queen c7. You can even attack that pawn in some variations, and then black will usually play like knight c6. Although sometimes you could possibly opt for a different plan. But black's pawns generally try to go to the dark squares. Maybe queen e7, knight c6, something along those lines. So what you did with d5 is more like Catalan. It's basically kind of Catalan-like. Now, I would expect white to take on b4 and take on d5, probably double capture. There's Ivanchuk Golko, 1988. Now, I just saw a game, Adams versus Gelfand, 1988, and I was thinking about how old those guys were. If Adams was like 18 and Gelfand was like 20 in 1988, Ivanchuk must have been around the same age as Gelfand. He was probably about 20 in 1988. When he played Boris Golko, could that be like played in Russia, or was Golko already in the United States by then? It's a good question. Maybe 88 was the year that Ivanchuk won the New York Open. I remember he was on the cover of Chess Life. He won the New York Open either 88 or 89. That was a huge breakthrough for Ivanchuk. He became like world famous. It was a big deal to win the New York Open when that tournament was in its heyday, and Ivanchuk did it before he was super famous. Where would he have played Golko? Golko had moved to the United States in like 86. I'm thinking that would make sense. Yeah, so your opponent takes on b4. It's not the only move. You could take on d5 as well. So it's Potachnik versus Ni. This, I don't know how you pronounce that, Ni. There's a couple good games here. Black took back naturally on d5 with the pawn in all games. No, honestly, I think this move is probably playable. Knight takes. That might not be that bad. Looks a little strange. But opponent played bishop takes before. We have to take back. And now knight on bd2 is the best. But your opponent castled. Apparently, like, gambiting their c4 pawn. And here's the game. Hashem Amin. So, you know, Amin, the Egyptian grandmaster, quite a good player. He apparently lost with black against a low-rated player. This transposes C. We get Catalan. This is Catalan style. White's sacrificing these pawns. These pawns. 2 pawns. Double pawn sacrifice. Zia Rahman, who died last year at the board. Bangladeshi grandmaster. See, now that I take beta blockers for my high blood pressure, I have like mildly high blood pressure. I'm no longer getting like heart palpitations when I'm playing at the board. I got in time pressure at in the rapid tournament, I was just totally chill. I didn't even like, you know, my heart wasn't racing at all. I didn't have high blood pressure or anything. I was just totally relaxed. Like I wasn't anxious. You know, I used to get like really anxious when I would get in time pressure, and I thought that was normal, but it's actually not really normal. You know, you shouldn't get like crazy anxious. Um, anyway, so you could take on c4. I understand why you didn't, but I think this move needs to be seriously considered. It would create like a clean pawn structure where you have two pawns up temporarily. You could try to hang on to one. You know, that's what I would do. No doubt the white has some compensation and it could be dangerous here. Queen c2, Grandelius, and this is how Amin lost. Queen c2, so Grandelius drew, another player drew with a5. So this gives black some options to use a6 for development, possibly even rook a6. I had a game last Friday, I could even show you guys, also a Catalan, where I tried to grab a pawn and hang on to it. And in that game, the same theme happened, where the whole game I was trying to do like rook a7 and get my rook out, you know, like b6, rook a7, rook c7. This actually is a very common idea. Also, in the Bogo, also some prism, you have like b6 and bishop a6, rook a7. You can actually sacrifice the exchange in a lot of cases. I missed that. I could have done that in my game last week. All right, so instead you played knight c6, you kept your pawn on d5. So here's a question, right? If this guy goes pawn takes pawn, which oddly no one played, are we taking back with the pawn? Like Smyslov style? Probably we're taking back with the pawn. Here's a replica game from 2018. I'm not sure where our bishop will go, necessarily. Bishop g4 can be overrated. White has a better structure and has some compensation. But if white isn't careful, you know, he's just like down a pawn. Actually, he's not down a pawn. Okay, not in this position. He got his pawn back. All right. Anyway, yeah, okay, so it's white to play here. You played this. I would probably take, everyone else played knight on bd2, which is a very natural move. Here we transpose to a million games. That's definitely Catalan. That's a Catalan transposition. These are bishop b4 Catalans. So what you got to understand, Sun Prism, is like if we have d4, knight f6, c4, and this is very important for you also, like if g3, d5, I don't know, knight f3, there's a lot of people playing like bishop b4 check against the Catalan. And so this is like a major variation. I played this against Terzo. Bishop g2, you're basically transposing to a, yeah, that's not right though. What I would have to take, first. Take first. And then castle c5. That's still not right. No, we're doing c takes. Yeah. Anyway, it's hard to get exactly how that would go. But it can be that most of these games are transpositions. We're seeing this line here with a5. Which position? Knight b2. These have to be Catalan transpositions, not Bogos. Could be a defense against Catalan. No, I like generally play bishop b4 check against the Catalan. Yeah. But it's not as simple. You know, you have slightly less options because it's harder to play b6, obviously. Anyway, white plays e3. This is a weird move. You know, you might even be able to take the pawn and stick your knight out on e5. But I guess basically the drawback of e3 is that it's slow. This is inherently a very slow move. Question is, what should we do? Take the pawn. He attacks the pawn. If you try to defend the pawn with like knight a5, he plays knight e5. But I think you can do basically what I did last Friday, which is something like take it, which you did, and then try to defend it with knight a5. And then the point would be, I don't know if this is going to work, but we should look at it. If knight a5, knight e5. No, obviously there's a lot of permutations, and black can do weird stuff like c3. I don't know what's going on there, but what I was wondering is, could you do like bishop d7 and just try to use this? You're developing, you know. If he takes your bishop, you're happy. Your b7 pawn is protected by your knight, you know. So, and you can also complete your development by playing rook b8 or rook c8. You know, in my game, actually, subsequently, there was this position where it wasn't exactly the same position, obviously, but the idea I'm going to show you is that you could sack the exchange. And the engine thought it was sound. Like in my case, I had this instance where I could play b5. So for example, like bishop takes a8, queen a8. No, it may be that this queenside structure is so strong that not only do you have compensation for the exchange, you might even be better. Say something like this. I mean, who's better here? I'm not so sure. You have a 4-on-2 queenside majority. Yeah. So let's see what the computer says. Wow. Well, that's close. Oh, for example, 0.0. I wouldn't be like offering a draw though. It's like it's 0.0, but like it's unlikely to be a draw because the position is so imbalanced. You know, I mean, like somebody is gonna make a mistake and like lose the balance. You know, really release the balance, and somebody's gonna win. I mean, most likely. But if you want to try to win, that's what you have to do to imbalance positions. Chess guy. First step is becoming a subscriber to the stream. All right, knight a5. You didn't go for it. It's extreme, you know, and I'm not saying... And another thing you can do, obviously, is b5. Let's take a look at this more obvious move. Now, this definitely needs to be considered, too. The more obvious b5. And if knight e5, you take. If he takes your knight, you go d5 and you're golden. The important thing here, the important thing, is on a4 you have b takes a en passant. And you can't undermine your structure. So this is very, very promising for black. If knight takes e5, bishop takes a8. And then, you know, it's like a semi-Slav or something. This is extremely, extremely sharp. Knight d3. Black is better, according to the engine. So guys, if anybody wants to submit a game, you have to be a subscriber to the stream. Just a shout out. Where's Mr. Slow, by the way? Are you out there, Mr. Slow? Mr. Slow is late. Show love. Masturbate has used 100 bits show love. Not Mr. Show. Mr. Slow. Yeah, man, you have all these dynamic sacrifices you can use. But I think, you know, you got to keep that in mind. Like, you want to play for the initiative and develop your pieces, obviously. You know, if you play just like bishop d7, knight takes c4, I think white is better. And that's it, you know. Now, what you did here... You know, also, like, another common move might be, like, rook c8. No, that's illegal. Well, whatever. All right. So you played c3, you know, but okay. This pawn is going to its doom. And white remains with the better pawn structure, so I'm a little skeptical about how this is going to work. Can we even keep that pawn, you know, or how much disruption can this cause? You know, and I think I'm not really optimistic. I'm afraid we're going to lose our pawn and have nothing to show for it. So let's see what happens. B takes C, and then white played a definitely like sketchy move now, knight b1, which would be my last choice, honestly. I understand that it attacks the pawn on c3, but it's kind of awkward. My guess would be that white should try to win the pawn more patiently here. Maybe knight c4. Astrobait gifted tier 1 sub to chess guy. Astrobait, you're a hero. You're a hero. Just donate when people need a subscription. Dude. Knight c4. What's the evaluation? Black is better. This is going to be very tactical, because it may rely on, you know, you having to protect your pawn with your knight on d5, and that can subsequently be attacked by e4. Thanks, Astrobait. So, if Chess Guy wants to send us a game, Mr. Slow is here. He gifted tier 1 sub to the Angry Asian Guy. Now, nothing like a good Angry Asian Guy. The best kind of Asian guy are the angry ones, in my opinion. B takes C, B takes C. Move 11. Oh, guys, we're close to gift sub now. All right, we got Astrobait, Mr. Slow, move 11. Move 11 gifting tier 1 sub to Austerlitz, 1805. That's 3 in a row. 3 gift subs in a row. So the following move was played, knight b1. Awkward. Because the other way, you know, if you move the knight to b3 or you go to c4, dude, the pawn isn't getting through, you know. It's a question of how long and exactly how we're going to round that pawn up. But this is very awkward for white because it blocks his rook. And you're obviously, you know, in the forking zone here. Queen a5, hanging on to pawn. Now queen c2. You know, here again, if I was white, he puts his queen in harm's way with queen c2. That can be attacked by knight b4 at some point. Would it be safer to put the queen on b3? I mean, usually putting the queen on b3 would be easier to attack it, but it happens in this position that there's nothing that can attack the queen on b3. So maybe b3 is better. With queen b3, we're not menaced by the threat of knight b4. With queen c2, we blockade the pawn. He blockades the pawn, and he also has an eye on h7. But realistically, I'm seeing knight d5 combined with the threat of knight b4. If you combine those two things together, you get like knight b4 c2 surprise, you know, or something like that. So I'm just kind of expecting what happens here exactly. Knight d5, e4, and now knight on cb4. So the pawn it's blockaded, but it's not going to be blockaded for long, because now black was able to drive away the blockader, which is very instructive. So hard to calculate exactly the consequences of this. Sung Prism gifting 4th gift sub to Seb Clue. Sorry, Sepsiu. Seb Clue. Even with glasses on, I can't read. Sepsiu sounds Romanian. Or Moldovan. But probably Romanian. Okay. Guys, that's 4 gift subs. I sent you a game. Okay, Victory Sword. I got that. I'll get that. Guys, we're close to Hype Train. Is anybody else out there that can donate? We need one more donation, or Hype Train incoming. Ask me to donate 100 bits. We did it, guys. Finally, Hype Train. It's been forever. It's been forever. Victory Sword. All right. Oh, it's a game against me. No. You're not allowed to donate games against me. You're not allowed to submit games against me. That's an unofficial rule. All right. Asterbait with 100 bits. Thank you, man. So we did the Hype Train. Hype Train incoming in 1 minute. I say Hype Train incoming. It's a slow-ass Hype Train. Wait. What does that mean exactly? Unlockable emotes. We need one more donation? I'm not sure if it's starting or not. It's very unclear. I guess it's starting and it's giving more people. I guess High Train is unlocked. It's gonna start. This is a new feature. It doesn't just start automatically. It needs. We need one more. Are you sure? I'm not sure. It says Hype Train incoming. It doesn't say like donate more to get a Hype Train. I feel like this is an unlocked new feature that means that the Hype Train is going to happen, but we got like a warning period of like a minute before it actually starts. I think Astrobate might be wrong. But anyway, somebody donate just in case. Imagine if all real trains were donation based too. You'd be living in Bernie Sanders' world, which would be a good thing. Amtrak might have. Actually, maybe not. Yeah. It'd probably run like the Hungarian train system. Let's not. Astrobate donated insurance bits. I'm not seeing the Hype Train. I have a bad feeling about this Hype Train. Maybe Astrobate. Oh my god. Dude, that's so. Like, the notifications are so misleading. It literally said Hype Train unlocked. And there was a time counting down, but it doesn't say, like, donate, one more to unlock the Hype Train. It's a totally misleading. It's almost like intentionally misleading. Like it wanted it to fail. It makes it look like. It totally makes it look like it's going to happen. It's totally been changed. The wording was changed. Please see this game. Yeah, but we'll see it when we're ready to see it, like at the end of the list, not jumping in front of other people. And don't call me sir. All right, failed Hype Train. Nice. That's more time for you guys to donate. Get your act together. I'm finishing Sun Prism game. And then we have other games. So you're last on the list. Knight on CB4. Flip the board. All right. Now we're better. C2. Yeah, we get our piece back. I think he should move the knight. Exactly. So what do you have here to show? Astrobate gifting its one sub to Saeed's. Now you're. The problem is now your other knight's going to get kicked by A3. So what do we do? White center has been forced to lurch forward, where it's not as well secured. Black plays knight b6. If we just drop the pawn on c2, we got a lot to think about here. a3, knight c6, and then queen takes c2. That's like white breathes a huge sigh of relief. But at the same time, his center is kind of flaccid. We realize they did that for nothing. Well, not exactly nothing, right? Not exactly nothing. It's not true. You induced him to move his e3 pawn up to e4, and he has a light square bishop, so this is an improvement for you. The fact that his bishop isn't open on a long diagonal. You didn't do it for nothing. You did it for not that much. But it's still something. You loosened his pawns up. You loosened up d4. You loosened up a3. So he had to make like additional pawn moves that maybe he didn't really want to make. He'd rather keep his pawns back in this Alexander Ivanov, like one snake structure, where the pawns just protect each other. And so you can target the d4 pawn. And I think you should. The question is, there's also squares like a4 square. Not nothing. But what I'm wondering now is, like, should we target that pawn with rook d8? There's another idea you might have to think about, like how to defend h7 in the event of How to defend h7 in the event of some sort of violent e5, knight g5 type of thing. I guess if e5, you can always play like h6 if you have to. But you have to watch knight e4, knight d6. Yeah, I like this kind of position. I'm getting kind of carried away here. Thanks, Saeed. It's good to see you. Bishop d7, sort of routine development. Maybe not the best, but I'm in favor of developing. You also have queen lateral, but it doesn't look right. I think that's another possibility, that you could play e5 possibly, right? If you could play e5, shifting the pawn structure dark square. After this, though, you know, what are you going to do? You're really shot down. Is there time to subscribe to game? There is. You'll probably be the last game. Bishop d7, knight b3, queen a4. Ooh. I mean, I'm a little bit scared of this. You know, so ultimately going back a minute, I wonder if you should consider queen a4 directly. No, I guess he could just transpose, but all right, whatever. Knight b3, queen a4. The knight is starting to come to c5. Rook f c1. Notice how he has to do that, because his other rook is like protecting the a3 pawn. If the pawn was on a2, it might be a little different. Rook a c8. Yeah, I feel like your play in this game was a little routine. Now, ultimately, I think you also have to consider another possibility here of rook f d8, rook a d8, I mean, and coming back. Because you can preempt yourself, preemptively defend against the threat of knight c5. Maybe rook d8 needs to be considered, I don't know. Rook a c8. Oh, he just goes knight c5, he doesn't care. So that's awkward. Damn, this is a nice move. I missed it too. It's very understandable he missed this move. I mean, it looks like you have to trade queens, but you don't. You have that queen is protected, and then you pinned him along the line. You played knight takes d4. That's a really nice move. No doubt white missed this. I mean, yeah, that's a huge shot. Queen a4, knight a4. What, are you kidding me? Knight a4, okay. Takes. You lost a piece here? What? You don't tell me you lost a piece here. Wait, what? Well, you just blundered a piece? You had knight takes, f3 check, followed by bishop takes a4. What's the problem? This is bizarre. Did you drop a piece here? What am I missing? You have a trick? Okay, you have a trick. Knight takes, you have a trick. Oh, I see. You had knight e2 at the end. Oh, that's cute. Alright, I didn't get it. You have knight e2 at the end. That's funny. Okay, knight takes, check, here, takes. And so you end up in an endgame where he's actually down a pawn. And now e5. White's got a really tough ending to hold here. The bishop is a good piece, but he's going to have trouble. If he loses the a pawn, he's finished. Now he has the threat of this. Though that's not necessarily such a big deal. Your king is in a horrible position. Wow, that's a disaster for white. King e1. You can't go king e1 here. You're threatening knight c4. No, he has knight c8. He has knight c8 now. You'd have to go back, probably. I don't think you can trade pawns. Helmhurst said maybe he could have gone knight e1 and run his king immediately to the center. Yeah, I'm not at all sure about the way white played this. Let's just say, okay, we got to this point. You want a pawn. He has a bishop. This move makes sense, though. I mean, he needs to get his bishop. He wants to get his bishop open. He puts his pawn on a dark square. maybe he realized like he can't play king e1 because of knight d3 check. I mean, e5 looks reasonable, but after this, you could have gone. You're saying knight e1. I mean, knight e1 is it's a hard move to find because it's a backwards move, but it makes sense. You'd be like coming to c2. I agree. If you can play knight e1, f4, defend the a pawn with c2 knight. There's chances white can't or doesn't lose. Let's say down a pawn with bishop versus knight. Although in this position there's a lot of winning chances for black. I would say yeah, it's not easy. Not easy. Many endgames are drawn with bishop versus knight, like down a pawn. Bishop's a good piece to have with pawns on both sides of the board. That's a hard defense to find. What is probably a fast game. 30 seconds left. So white, went with a natural kind of aggressive plan. And then here though, this feels like last chance. I mean, he has to play knight c8. After knight c8, you gotta defend the pawn. I mean, you can't defend the pawn. You can't defend the pawn. Okay, so you gotta play like knight here. Something like that, creating a force field. And then knight takes a7, knight takes a3. The less pawns, the better. White has chances to draw. So I think king e1 is probably horrible. Now knight c4. And still, the last thing you want to do here is put your pawn on a white square. So this is a double threat though. So he still has a move, right? He could play knight c8. And you probably have to play a6, which you don't really want to put your pawns on white squares. But I don't have a better suggestion. And then white has time to play either f4 or a4. I don't know. Let's say a4. If f4, b5, so a4, yeah, it's lost. It's looking like it's lost anyway. But anyway, he did not defend close to the optimal. King e1, here, here, here. You just traded down. But, obviously, you could play knight takes e5. This is 2 pawns up. But this might work as well. Okay, I thought you were going to go with your king, but this is good too. Alright, good game. Messy, I think objectively you weren't better after all the complications. So I got another game for Mr. Slow. What is this? Short game for the stream if time. Ah, that's definitely our last game. Wait, what was... Oh, here. Alright, copy. Chapter PGN? Yeah, I don't want that. I want to copy it. Alright, that's definitely it. We reached our limit. Objectively, white was lost, but not easy. Add a new chapter. Paste. Yeah, you got a little lucky there because you were playing without a plan out of the opening in the early middle game. Mr. Slow. Draw Mr. Slow in the middle here somewhere. In the meantime, Mr. Tariffs. Sac Draw has tipped $10.03. Didn't even see you there. Sac Draw tipping $10.03. And Arhab Chess has followed. Thank you guys. But anyway, moving onward. I got Rudolf Spielman versus Max Walter. Or Walter Max. Don't you love it when people have two first names? Now, I guess Walter is not that uncommon. Walter is not that uncommon of a family name. I've seen others. All right, so he was a Slovak chess master, Austro-Hungarian, lots of strong players in the Austro-Hungarian Empire at that time. Some of the best in the world. So he was born in modern day Bratislava, which is close to me. I'm in Budapest. So he began his chess career after World War I. It's good to survive it. So he was like a kid. He was a teenager during World War I. He was like a teenager. He just escaped, probably like being involved in World War I. And then got to play chess after World War I. So anyway, it's Rudolf Spielmann with white, and this was played in 1928, the mid wars, mid-war time, the Depression. I guess. When was the Depression? Hasn't hit yet. E4. My dad was 3 years old. My dad's birthday is like Monday. Rashid Nesmedina. What about him? So, being born between the wars, or what? My dad would have been 100 on Monday. He only missed by like 25 years, 30. All right. So we got E4, C6. Where Rudolf Spielmann, Carol Khan wasn't that common back in those days. Though Floor would start playing it. Obviously Capablanca played it. It was played, But okay, Knight C3. Because Spielmann liked Knight C3. He liked to play the Vienna type of stuff. You want to improve middle game for rapid tournament scheduled day after tomorrow. All I can say is like, pay attention. I can't give people like specific tips in like an analysis stream. So Knight C3, D5. But I would say for rapid tournament, man, use your time. Not like it's a blitz game. You gotta be willing to use a little bit more time. Don't play like it's a blitz game. When you need time, use your time. Especially if there's an increment. With blitz game, it's you gotta play like almost completely on intuition. But if it's a rapid game, I think you need to learn how to use your time. Rapid is the trickiest. Time management, very important. So 2 knights, Caro Kann, and then of course like today, Bishop G4 is considered to be the main line. But we also see a lot of pawn takes pawn and Knight F6, which was played in this game. Now a little bit later, there would be like Fischer Botvinnik or whatever. Am I right? We need Uber Driver to confirm. It wasn't Fischer. I don't know. It wasn't Fischer Botvinnik, right? But Botvinnik had some game. Was it against Donner? I don't remember. I'm thinking of this game that went wrong for Black after E5. E5 94. So I guess it hadn't been invented yet, but 92 becomes like the main line. And here, what do we have? Queen B6. Right? Queen B6, D4, and C5. That was like Botvinnik's reaction. No, it's not. Yeah, 92 probably hadn't been invented yet. So queen e2. Yeah, I mean Spielman is playing in the style of the Vienna game. This is faithful to his preferred style of play. Knight takes c3. The Pomniachtchi Karpov rapid tournament. Karpov only plays, it seems like, rapid tournaments, blitz, since a certain time. D takes c, and now black played b6. So white has the space advantage with e5, and the bishop. What's strange about the position is like this bishop has this great diagonal here, and then black turns around and plays b6. So Rudolf Spielman, of course, famous for introducing the idea of stuffing e6 pawns down people's throats. He's probably already thinking about e6 as a pawn sacrifice here. I would be. Now black could play e6. This was played in some recent game or games. Hungarian master Tompa Janos, Korpa Bense Grandmaster against Robert Torma, 2016. Hungarian Team Championship. Probably. But yeah, what is black supposed to play here? I guess, c5 comes to mind. In those types of positions, there's always like check. c5 feels too early. You could play like g6, but you're asking for these sort of attacking motifs. I guess black has bishop g4 there. b6 doesn't look right, and the intention is very obvious to play bishop a6. But if not b6, what is black supposed to play? Yeah, it appears to be bishop g4. This is in the Pomniachtchi Karpov. If your best move is h3, then it's something special. I just take, and I'll play e6 and complete my development, and black is slightly less space, but a very solid position. I was wondering if white could actually like move the queen to like queen e3. This would give white options like knight d4, knight g5, and h3 wouldn't be necessary. So you would weaken your position less. Of course, it does block in the bishop on e3. That could also offer an exchange of queens with, say, like queen here, but then we can move the queen again if you really wanted to. Queen f4. It's an interesting idea, but it looks like, okay, theoretically, bishop g4 is the best move. By the way, another question. Does black have another option here? Can we play bishop f5? Too dangerous, right? This starts happening. Yeah. So it's interesting. Spielman's move is rarely played, but it pretty much forces knight takes c3. Two people have actually played b takes c, and they're both strong players, and they both won against strong players. This is a very funny little possibility here. Black has to play e6. I mean, this is the point. One of the points is rook b1. If you go bishop g4 now, there's the additional problem of rook b1. And in my experience playing the Aliakhine, this pawn is very annoying to have to defend in such positions. That's why I hate playing knight takes c3. So maybe b takes c is actually a good move, but not a classical move in Spielman style. So d takes c, b6, and now you said b6 maybe bishop e3 and cattle long. Well, I mean, the strategic idea behind b6 is very sound. e6, and then, bishop a6, trade off our bad bishop. It's not a bad French, whatever. There are some issues, though. We haven't played e6 yet. He figures he could play e6. What I was concerned about was this, actually. And while this may or may not be sound, the question would be bishop takes e6. I mean, does white really have anything here? I have to admit this looks a little bit unconvincing. Maybe you could play a really weird move, knight e5. Knight g5, bishop d7, queen h5, or maybe queen f3. Get the feeling that there might be something for white around here. The computer just doesn't quite buy it. Just not quite enough for white to play e6. Good for a blitz game, maybe. So Spielman plays knight d4. Now you gotta play e6, bro. This dude, I mean, Max Walter. He definitely didn't look up Spielman's games in the chess-based database before the game. I mean, seriously, if you don't play e6 here, you're getting Spielman, like, immediately. What's not to like about e6? Well, it's slow. The problem with this move is slow, and therefore white can move like the queen again or something like that. And then it may not be possible to execute the plan of bishop a6. Chess-base was already lousy back then. Well, it's that old, right? I mean, chess-base has been around since about 1929, if I remember correctly. So knight d4. They introduced chess-base tariffs against chess-base. b6, and you gotta play e6 and live with it after knight d4. What other option is there? This is it, man. You gotta do it, and he doesn't. Petrosian would have played e6. He probably would have drawn the game somehow. You know, after say like queen g4, black can hunker down. I mean, why can't he hunker down? Right, like queen d7. Yeah, I know that black's position isn't great, but like Tigran would have held on somehow. But this is really asking for it. He plays c5. Now, first off, e6. Okay, I don't think we can sacrifice a piece. The other thing is that there's the b5 square. So I could go knight b5, but then this move is a problem. We don't want our knight to end up on a3, and we don't have any tactics there. So on c5, we can't play knight b5. So this was Walter's plan. And yeah, it honestly looks reasonable. It looks like we don't have anything. We have to go back to f3. But he was in for a surprise. e6. Oh no. No way. No way. Alright, so I completely missed the idea, and so did Walter. Shit. So the idea is pawn takes d4, queen b5 check. And then the question is, how bad is it after c takes, right? There's nothing else, is there? We just have to win a piece back with queen b5 check. But the really nasty part is this, like if you do the knight in, maybe we just have pawn takes pawn. And then we win the whole rook on a8, which is definitely not good. But that doesn't matter, right? Like we could do it either way. Bishop d7, same thing. Pawn takes pawn, king takes, queen takes check, and say e6, queen takes a8. Maybe we could trap the queen, but it's not getting trapped. Check. it's unconvincing whether that queen can actually be trapped or not. Cannot be trapped. This is a pretty neat little tactic. E6. So he refutes black's position. F takes e6 was played. And then black's hoping for knight takes e6. Even there, white is... Dude, I mean, he must expect this, right? And even there, white is better. Much better. After take, white has a simple advantage. 2 bishops and white square weaknesses. But Spielman had something even better in mind. He plays check. And then if g6, queen e5, rook g8, how about knight b5 or bishop e5 check? Oh no. Oh no. So let's look at this again. G6, queen e5, rook g8. Do we have a crushing shot like bishop e5 check? Then black has king f7. So we just go knight takes e6. It's just an improved version of the game where this will also attack the rook at g8. And now we have bishop e5 check. And that's major oof. Black is lost. So after queen h5 check, g6, queen e5, black is lost. He has to play this. And that's really scary. If only we could play like bishop f4. Knight takes e6 is too much. Bishop e5 check. Black has, no, it's got to be bishop e5 check. But then what about king c7? I don't see any way to get him on c7. Oh, we have bishop takes b8 at the end. So I wonder if white played the best move here. It almost looks like we have bishop e5 check, king c7, bishop f4 check, king b7, bishop takes b8, but I guess that's still not enough. I trust Spielman played the best move. Okay, so knight f3 just pulling the knight back. And now, you know, black is like positionally lost. Straight out of Nimzovich. Yeah. Nice game. So this square, yeah, that square. This square is decisive. And white's crushing development lead, which is characteristic of Spielman's games. King c7, as good as anything. And now he just sits on the square e5. Ooh. Brutal. It is hard to get black on b7. You know, it's hard to attack the black king on b7, actually. That is not easy to do. That would be my first reaction. I would probably play this immediately. And obviously if knight f7, but what I was wondering about was, is there another possibility here? If knight f7, we keep getting pinned by this move. Boom! Oh no. That's the problem with king b7. King b7 would be good, but the queen is lost to these discovered checks. And now queen e8 is possible. But there's queen e5 check. And at the very least, you can take the rook on h8 now. But he doesn't even do that. He plays this, threatening mate in 1. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Knight a6. Black blocks the check on a6. Blocks the defensive. The attack on a6. Check. King a6. Beautiful game. King hunt. Wow. And then, I mean, b4 is getting close. But, you know, even that might not be enough. I wonder if black has, you know, I wonder if white has enough here if he doesn't find knight d8. I wonder if there's more than one way for white to win here. Probably. That is a beautiful game, Mr. Slow. My favorite thus far. But 98 is not the only winning move. Okay. This is a winning theme, though. A4. Wow. A4, Queen C8. You can always just take the rook on H8. I mean, the rook is hanging. So, okay. Beautiful move, 98. Threatening Queen B7. Here, Queen B7 check. Here, A4 check. And then, obviously, if King A5, we have B4 check. Or knight takes and B4. So, for example, King A5, knight takes, bishop takes, B4 check. Only move, pawn takes, pawn en passant. And then Queen A6 is mate. That's easy to see. So he has to go to C5. Now, even I'm seeing the mates. This is really elegant, though. You sack the queen on C6. Damn. Well, that's crazy. Your message, chess base, was already lousy back then. Got flagged and held for review. Mr. Slow. Queen takes C6 check. Very beautiful. Ugh. And then knight takes C6 mate. That's my favorite game for a while. Alright, guys. Moving on. Yeah, Mr. Slow, I wanted to show you this opening I had from last Friday against this old Hungarian dude who was probably master strength in his prime. At least, 2200, I'm guessing. Just for entertainment value. I rarely show my games in the analysis stream, but I thought I'd throw this in there because you played the same line against me. I was black, and I played the Kraken, e4, d6, d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6 in the Pierts, which I call the Kraken. The 77-year-old, likely former national master, played f4 very quickly. And I wasn't happy about that because, old people are not supposed to know. But this guy was a decent player. He instinctively knew f4 was a good move. I don't know how much he's ever faced this. Probably not much. So, here we have a couple different ideas. I played d5 against Plotkin at the World Senior Blitz tournament. And I think it's playable. You can see Dizderevich played it. But I went too far against Plotkin in the Blitz tournament and lost. I've also played a lot of games with e6, which I think is the safest. But I thought against the old man, I would play the sharpest move. So I played b5, and I'm hoping for e5, because I've had a few games like this. And then he doesn't do it. He does this. And I couldn't remember, if it faced this or if it was just a game against, like, some random guy. I play, like, random people in casual games and stuff. So I had no recollection of course, the fact that I played this with Mr. Slow already. And, the best move is e5, theoretically, but that's fine. This is still a good move. I mean, bishop d3 is still a good move. I mean, if you think about it, okay, it's logical. If I played white in the check defense, the same setup. I mean, f4, e5, bishop d3, or knight f3. This is very standard. Like knight f3, whatever, knight bd7, bishop d3 is kind of a standard type formation. So, okay, it makes sense. You don't have to commit to e5. Bishop d3 is a good move too. But here already, like, I didn't know what my best move is. And I played Mr. Slow. And I intended to play... I was going to just play bishop e7. And that's what I would normally do. Developing a piece. When suddenly this, like... urge came over me, and I did something I would never normally do. I didn't play bishop b7. I was thinking, okay, what would happen if White did something crazy? What if he went here? I wasn't sure. I can take this, apparently. And it's not sound for White to sack the exchange, But there's a really interesting line I mapped out here. If e5, bishop takes g2, e takes f6, bishop takes h1, knight f3, c6, build the wall, f takes g7, bishop takes g7, and then bishop e3, bishop takes f3. I have to give up my bishop, and that's why I built the wall. This is computer's best line, but I'm able to build this really strong pawn structure that's like unassailable. And black actually is better, but it's not that much better, you know? So anyway, bishop e7 is the best move, but instead I was like, no, I'll just play e5. This is great. He'll be like a fish, and he'll take on e5. So even if I do this, by the way, Mr. Slow, what did I do against you? This is a game we played 7+3. I played e6 against Mr. Slow, which is also fine. It's just a little bit passive. I mean, it's just not the best. So Mr. Slow got an advantage against me in that game. So at least I had the sense not to do e6, do something more dynamic. c5 is also interesting. This is actually playable as well. But anyway, I'll show you guys what happened. I played e5, and I'm thinking, okay, the dude will take, I'll take, he'll take, I'll play knight g4, I'll get my pawn back, he'll have like a bad structure. But no, as soon as he took his time and then played this, I knew I was like, I don't really like this. Because I'm sitting there and I realized I can't really maintain the e5 point. So we got this really bizarre, I got into a really bizarre, I used a lot of time in a 10+2 rapid game. And I got into a really bizarre Philidor, basically, where I played b5 very early. I have to surrender my center, because the other option is this, which clearly sucks. This is really bad. So takes, here, castles, c5, knight f5, g6, knight g3, and now I messed up. I had to play bishop g7. But I thought I had to stop e5. So watch at the scary position I got. Knight on bd7, and the old man goes e5. I was like, shit, bro. Homie trying to kill me. And I don't have a choice. I have to go into it. So d takes e5, f takes e5, knight takes e5. And now the guy missed, I think, his best move here. He has pinning me, directly. So after queen e1 or queen e2 right away, white has clear advantage. But my opponent played this, and now I blundered again. I could have played bishop e7. It never occurred to me. Yeah, bishop e5 happens later. You'll see. No, this is a really important idea that you're talking about. But it happens, but later. But I completely didn't see bishop e7. This move did not occur to me. I'm looking at bishop g7. I'm looking at bishop g7 and seeing all these pins he has with knight e4, and I just completely forgot I could play this. And okay, obviously white could go bishop h6, but it's not such a big deal. So instead, I play the fish continuation, which is queen d4 check, and now I'm seriously in trouble. Queen d4 check, forcing his king to a safe position, and then knight f g4, saving my knight, and now he just pins me with queen e2. And now black is absolutely in trouble. Big time. And the guy, he's a 77-year-old, but he's not playing like it. And I'm freaking out because if I lose this guy, I lose the tournament. I lose my rating points in rapid, whatever. Here I missed. Yeah, here he plays h3, and I missed the best move again. And already the dude has way more time than me. But what would you play now? And I'm stupid. I played h5 with a fishing pole idea, but it was actually way better to play h6. And with that, it wouldn't have been so bad. If h6, it's not so easy for white. So h5, and now white is winning with rook d1. But the dude has to make a decision. It's a practical game, so he sacks the piece on b5. And it's not about winning pawns. This is not about pawns, all right? That doesn't matter. This is a really strong sacrifice, and I missed the point, and you missed the point, and most people missed the point. But the point of the sacrifice is not to win a pawn. Actually, this thing here, obviously if he takes with the queen, I have bishop c6. You know, I'm winning. Now, this would have killed me because black just doesn't have a great defense. He just builds up. There's different discoveries. Also, bishop takes g6. Say I played like castles. Let's just see. Well, my knight's hanging as well. What's the refutation? Bishop e4. Okay, he's winning my bishop on b7. Anyways, white is going to win a piece for a few pawns in almost all lines. So after h5, the funny thing happens. He goes here. I freak out. I play pawn takes. I'm expecting queen takes like the old man blundered. No, he plays knight takes. Now what do? You know, because I realize this isn't the problem. Knight c7, I don't mind giving up the exchange. Of course. But I can't play queen c4 because of knight d6 check. I don't know. It's just a really scary position for black. So I should have played queen d7, and I thought about it for a long time. Because I have this, I think I thought myself down to like 1 minute at this point, where I have ideas of knight f2 check and queen takes h3. This is my best defense. So basically, if what I missed was the fine point. If like rook d1, maybe queen c6. Yeah, this is the best. I saw rook d1, queen c6, rook d6, and I didn't know what to do. But I can sacrifice the piece back to the same thing, like this. Anyways, it was just really entertaining, and so I thought forever and played bishop a6. And luckily, my opponent, you know, and at first I thought, oh my god, I'm like losing to knight c7 check, but that doesn't matter. Knight c7 check is his best move, ironically. And after this, or this, he's just going to take my bishop. But he didn't see it. You know, he just saw the obvious, knight takes d4. And the good thing is that this saves me. You know, he just trades, and he wins a pawn. But it's not that great. And also I saw, like knight c7 check, king f8. I wasn't sure. This check doesn't do anything. He's already attacking my queen. You know, actually, you could get some crazy variation like this, and queen takes a6. Does that make sense? I don't know. Probably. But, so he plays a simple line. Knight takes d4, bishop takes e2, knight takes e2, knight h6. And now he goes bishop f6 and trades off my bishop. This is as much as I could remember of the game. Castles, bishop g7, king g7, knight e4, and now he has like 3 minutes to my 1 minute with 2-second increments, and I'm down a pawn. And I managed to hang on here with rook a5, knight c3, rook a5, knight c3, rook f5, knight f5, threatening knight d4, threatening knight e3, and rook fd1, and then knight e3, and I win my pawn back after rook d2, knight c4, rook e2, knight takes b2, and the dude managed to lose this ending. He managed to lose this ending. He does have the worst structure now. You know, it's unbelievable. He ended up like losing his He ended up losing his A pawn, and then we had a rook and knight endgame. He ended up like losing the G pawn, and then reaching a drawn endgame, but blowing it. You know, it was a real nightmare. I mean, the guy is rated 1975. After queen d7, h takes g4. Say what? Oh, sorry. Queen d7, h takes g4. What, are you kidding me? Is that a joke? Why would he want to open up the file for me here? And I'm going to take the rook. That seems very dangerous for white. No, this is crazy. Like, black is better here. He can't take the knight on g4. That's not really an option. But what I did was a blunder. Bishop a6 was a blunder. Not because of this, but because of this. And like both of us missed it. You know, he should just take my bishop. And now I'm in a horrible position. My king is bad. I'm lucky if I don't lose a piece. Look what would happen here. I have to play like king g8. This is crazy. It's only plus 2.6. Wow. That's the best he can get. After queen d7. Yeah, queen d7, I'm hanging on. So his sacrifice was good, but it wasn't the best. After h5, blunder. This rook d1 is killer. But what do you want from a 77-year-old? I mean, the guy played a pretty good game, and I flagged him, essentially. Well, I mean, he was lost in the final position. He reached the lost king and pawn game, but he lost because of time, ultimately. All right, so that was a fun game. Mr. Slow Study Game number 1. OTB game 4/4/2025. Oh, Mr. Old. It's Mr. Old. Yeah, that was the point. Like, the dude's old, and I thought, okay, we'll go into crazy complications. The problem was, guess what the clock was? This dude is like fast, you know, he's pretty fast. He played pretty fast, and I used more time than he did. And by the time we got to crazy complications, he had like 3 minutes, I had 1. Oh, sorry, I'm white. Old was your teammate. Oof. I'm gonna tell him about that. You're both old. Old and older. All right. Your teammate. Wait, you're playing against your teammate? What kind of team is that? You guys have to play against each other. All right. e4, c5, knight f3, e6. Uh-oh. And I would have thought this was you as well. d4, cd4, knight d4, con Sicilian. And now Mr. Old plays knight c3. He's Mr. Older. So I have preferential to bishop d3. Mr. Slow plays knight c3, which is the other good move in this position. And now the opponent plays bishop b4, which is Mr. Dubious. Bishop b4 is not even on the list because of Mr. Queen g4. There is Mr. Slow again. He's playing bishop d3 again. He never plays the critical line. He always plays bishop d3. Second best move. Every time. But what happens on bishop b4, queen g4? Don't you have the urge to refute this move? Mr. Old is a little bit reckless. Well, I think queen g4 is more reckless, actually. Oh, Mr. Old is reckless. Mr. Old and reckless. Yeah, of course. So what I'm curious about is this. Queen g4. Wow, one game with queen g4 and white lost. Oh my goodness. Vladimir Bukal. Kushtar Shandor is back. Kushtar Shandor back from Wyoming. From Wyoming to Budapest. It must be weird to move from Budapest to Wyoming and Wyoming back to Budapest after 20 years. Yeah, Kushtar Shandor has 2 games in this line. This is a Kushtar. I'll send him a message. Maybe he went back. He's not playing in the first Saturday. Maybe he is. I have to check. So, what's wrong with queen g4? This must be like Shani's idea. Tizia. I played her in 97. So that's Anita's sister. Queen f6 is Shani's idea. This is shocking that there's no games here with this one game. Where Shandor was an experienced player and much stronger than he was at his peak in 1998, and much stronger than the young Tizia Gara. This is kind of a mismatch. So it's no wonder that Kushnar won. What I'm surprised is like there's only one game literally with queen g4. That's unbelievable. Wow. So white is slightly better. That's really weird, man. It's shocking that there's 14 games and in only 1 out of 14 did white move the queen at all. And then you have these ideas as well. So Mr. Uncreative with bishop d3. So that's what happened. Mr. Slow downloaded all of the like opening lines into his like Elon Musk chip. So it doesn't leave a lot of room for creativity when you've already like downloaded all the games in your mental database. Now I would have gotten tempted into queen g4, but you know your opponent, so just play safe. Oh, by the way, just out of curiosity, guys, like, is there anything wrong with bishop d2? I know it looks kind of lame, but I suppose that's reasonable as well. I guess then knight f6. Mr. Slow is getting his chip set. He's getting his implant from China. Anyways, all right, bishop d3. If queen c7, what do? You just defend, or do you sack a pawn like Morphy? The guy takes right away. Take right away? Because now white will have the additional ideas of bishop a3. Here. This may not be that bad. Bishop d2, white lost 2 games. Castles is better, sacrificing a pawn. And then no one even had the gall to take here. Your opponent taking right away. Okay, this is a short game. And then he plays another surprising move. I would probably play, well, I don't know. I would be tempted to play d6 here because the dark squares are so weak. But I think this is still really scary for black. What would happen if, say, you played queen g4, black played e5, white took the pawn, and then black played queen f6? Would that be one of those like weird sort of bishop h6 scenarios? You guys think? Anybody? Could this be one of those cases where this is good? We've got a knight hanging on d4. We can win it back with like queen takes f6 bishop. This is probably too fancy, no? Damn, it is the best move. Oh my god. Oh, we're threatening queen f8. Sorry, I didn't see it. Wow. If pawn takes d4, queen f8 check. Holy moly. King d7. Mr. Slow saw all this. Bishop g7. This is awesome. Wow, what a line. Yeah, black has to play knight f6. It's not so bad though. This is better, this winnower sort of pawn sack. You might be able to get g2. So anyway, okay. I agree with me. Finvar. I agree with me that d6 is black's best move. Mr. Slow is not big on queen g4 apparently. No, he does play it later. But anyway, black, his opponent plays this. So it's like, okay, you want to play bishop b7? e4 is already protected, but you're getting annihilated on the dark squares. Just newsflash, this diagonal, this pawn, that's where your problem is here. And that's why black needs to play d6. It would be okay to play this, but I'm just not sure I like e5. Crazy question. Could black play queen a5 there? Like a pin variation, sort of transposition? You could maybe try like knight e2, queen e5, bishop f4. This is really fascinating. Now your best line is sack both pawns. No. Castles, queen takes e5. This wouldn't be easy to judge, man. You have to find very accurate moves here. Though I think Mr. Slow has the capacity to do it, because he has a lot of experience in the e6 Sicilians. But needless to say, you know what? Knight f6 is a fucking interesting move. Pardon my French. If you're not going to play the boring d6, then play knight f6, and you got to see this, though. You got to see queen a5. So apparently queen c7 does basically the same thing. It's a transposition. I think that's a bit much to ask of a very old opponent. Alright. So, although Portish would see it, he's 88. Lajos Portish turned 88. Actually, I think a week ago. Last year I saw him in the supermarket, standing in line behind me. But I was like in a panic because we hadn't talked in 10 years, and he has a brother that looks very similar. And I was like terrified to be like thinking he was his brother, or thinking he was him when it was his brother. So I didn't say hi, I just kind of like looked at him. It's horrible. He has at least, I think he had two brothers. He has at least one, Ferenc, that they look very similar, almost like twins. So when I saw him, and it'd been like, he looks old now. And when I saw him in the supermarket, I was like, I'm not going to say hi to him because I'm afraid it's his brother. What am I going to do? That would be embarrassing. So I just looked at him. But he was featured in the Hungarian Chess Online site for his 88th birthday, and he had the same hat on in the picture he was wearing when I saw him in the supermarket. He looked the same, the same grumpy look on his face too. All right, it's hard not to be grumpy when you're old, right, Mr. Slow? Anyway, 88-year-old Portish would have found clearly a better move here for black. b5 is very, very dubious. And now Mr. Slow with and I've criticized him for not being creative in this opening, but e5, wow. Where did that come from? Now that's a move that's outside the box a little bit. Just e5. Astorbate's old favorite. Astorbate would have played this back in like 2018 without even thinking about it. There's a doctor you won't say hi to because I'm always afraid you'll call him his dad's name. Can't keep their name straight. Seriously, I hadn't talked to Portish since like 2011, and that's a long time when you're older, especially. He looked totally different. He had a hat on. I don't even know if his brothers are still alive. What if it was the wrong guy? So e5, queen c7, castles, and then you did sack the pawn. Queen takes c3, and then queen g4. So Mr. Still got in all the good themes. Now we're actually sacking a rook. Well, we're not really. It's a sort of welcome chess zebra. It's a pseudo rook sacrifice. Mr. Slow's having fun here with an older colleague. Now knight e7, a sensible decision. Rook b1, bishop b7. Don't take the pawn. And now this is really, really strong. Bishop a3. So I'm going to wonder, does black dare to play queen c5? Why? So why didn't he play queen c7? Why did the chicken not cross the road? a4 was better. Sudden hiccups. a4 was better. a4 now. Though it's not as fun as playing rook b3. So why he doesn't go to c7? Because he's afraid of bishop takes b5? Oh, instead of e5, yeah. e5 back on move 8. Yeah, I mean, e5 felt weird. I thought you would play castles, queen g4, something more flexible. Although, I think it's very hard to say, well, a4 was the best move. I mean, okay, it exploits b5, but it's not exactly the only option. You've got a position where you've got lots of options, lots of good moves. I thought e5 was a little outside the box, honestly. Kind of creative, like, that's normally not good, but I think this is an exceptional position where e5 isn't a bad move. All right, so queen g4, knight e7 here, rook b3, queen c8, and then bishop a3. And now the guy offered a draw. Wow. Yeah, that takes some audacity to offer a draw with the move g6. Maybe not as bad as offering a draw with the move king f8. Maybe worse. Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, it's kind of funny. I'm thinking, like, why did he play queen c8, not queen c7? My assumption is that he didn't like some kind of bishop takes b5, pawn b5, knight takes with the idea of knight d6 check. But the irony is that with c8, it might even be worse. I guess you will have knight f5. He will have knight f5 defense in the game. After queen c8, bishop a3, g6. If you sack on b5 with the bishop, which you did, he would normally have a knight f5 defense. So takes. He has rook a6, doesn't he? Actually. So, okay, let's say he accepted your sacrifice. What are you going to do? You're going to play knight takes? The problem is not necessarily queen c6 because of knight d6 check. But what happens on rook a6? Do you have rook c3? You saw this? You have rook c3, don't you? You wanted to sacrifice the queen in f5. That's a possibility as well. But I suspect this particular position, you have this move. He would have to sack his queen, probably. He could sack his queen. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but he could do that. Probably has to. So you were looking at lines where you sack your queen on f5. If knight f5, knight takes b5, let's say knight f5, queen takes f5, g takes f5, knight d6 check. Right. Now if he goes here, you take on b7 with check. And if he goes here, I don't know what's going on, but it can't be bad. One would suspect that way that's compensation. You only have a bishop for a queen. It might just be enough. This line is, yeah, plus 2.5. Bishop check, king b7, sorry, king c6, rook fb1. Now he has to sack his queen. Are you kidding me? Oh no. If he sacks his queen, you have rook c3 check again. Oh no, he can't sack his queen. It's mate in 3. Here. Oh my god, this is awesome. King d5, rook d1 check. King e4 and f3. f3 is a draw. Oh my god. What if he played f3 and like thought it was mate in 1 and blundered? f3 is a draw. Rook c4 mate. Then we would go like give you gold coins. So anyway, black's getting crushed, but he had the sensibility not to take that. Knight c6, and now bishop takes c6. So we have opposite color bishop attacking scheme. Bishop takes c6. Rook fb1. Black cannot castle. Queen d8. This guy obviously likes defending like difficult positions while offering draws, while driving cars. Queen h4? Oh my god, does that work? Why did he play knight c8? Are you going to go to h6? You're going to do that, aren't you? So, say black goes here. You're going to play queen there. You're going to do that, aren't you? And then if rook, yeah, you're threatening queen g7. Among other things. That was cool. If knight f5, you just take it. And he has to take back, I don't know, maybe with the e pawn. No, maybe with the g pawn. But you have a g file too. If he plays rook g8, that even won't save him. You could just play rook g3, rook takes, pawn takes. You know, even this type position with rook b8. No, he's mated. There's queen f8 mate. Ow. Yeah, that's kind of tough to defend. That's you're gonna point it out to me if I don't see it. So the final was, yeah, this happened. Knight c8 here. No defense. Here. And by the way, if rook g8, just queen h7. I guess this is better than what happened. But you're still going to kill him. Because after queen h7, I mean, his whole position is going to fall apart. Still, it's a better try, I guess. Rook f8, knight takes c6, and rook b7. Ouch. All right, good game, Mr. So. I'm going to take a very short break. We're going to be back with Muleskin and Nefedov, Schumacher, and Victory Sword. Be right back, guys. Okay, guys, we're back. Sorry for the short break there. So tomorrow I'm going to be back with the midday Central European summertime Blitz stream around 12, between 12 and 1 tomorrow. All right, Mr. Slow, that was a pretty crushing wipeout of your older teammate. Now we have Mule Skinner, Paco, Nefedov, Kellart, and then 2 games by me, unbelievably. All right, so we got Mule Skinner, Paco. Thanks, Mr. Slow, for your support. I don't know, earlier Sack Draw donated $10. I didn't see him in the chat. Mr. Slow gifted subs. Oh no, 9 subs? Mr. Slow gifting subs times 9. Flaky Blue Jay Bratsiak. What about your game? Okay, I didn't know. Albin, Fubar, Blueprints. I don't think I saw that you submitted a game, man. Blueprints, Marco, Chess Struggles. Thank you, dudes. Donation of 9. Did I get a message, or how did you notify me you sent in a game? I've got no messages, Saeed, from you. I wouldn't have a way to know that you sent in a game. Maybe you mentioned it in the stream, but I can't follow every chat, and anyway, you'd have to send me the game. No, I didn't get any message in lichess from anybody. Sometimes it does that. Mr. Slow with the donation 9 times 9. Thanks, Astrobait, for 100 bits. Corrigo. Cheetah. Alright, that's really the limit of games I can do. I'll have to go through these a little bit faster. Alright, this is Mule Skinner Paco. E4, knight f6. So, Mule Skinner plays closed setups. He'll typically play this line. I've tried to play this away against him with black. It's not a bad way for black to play on the black side of the Alekhine. What was that? Astrobait gifting 100 bits, yeah. Alright. So, I think I got bit by a mosquito or something. The first of the year. You sent it again. Let's see if I refresh the page. Maybe I'll see it. I'm not getting notifications from you. You know, it's like you're blocked or something. Is your account Saeed's? Is it the same? You have to send me the name because I'm not getting notifications. Christine HB, Mr. Slowhand, thank you for the sub. I didn't see that one. Saeed's, what's your name again? I don't remember the exact spelling of your name. It's Saeed's TZ. Saeed TZ. Alright. Oh, it's capital? It's case sensitive? Saeed underscore. Make me find the underscore. Shit, man. It's a Hungarian keyboard. You want me to find underscore on a Hungarian keyboard? Let me get the on-screen keyboard out. This is really a pain. I don't know where the underscore is on this Hungarian keyboard. So we're going to need some help here. This is getting complicated. There we go. S-A-E-E. S-A-E-E. Not S-A-A-E. There you are. All right, finally. That took forever. All right, I apparently got a message from you. Do not understand why they don't come through. You sent me the message twice, but I don't get notified. I don't know. Maybe it's a setting. Do you have some sort of setting? Please pick the 5th chapter. All right. So, copy, clone. No, I don't want to do that. Copy PGN, study PGN. Chapter PGN. It just downloads it. I don't want to download it. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I hope this works. Please work. Yes. It worked. All right. In the meantime, all right, we'll save Mule Skinner. Mule Skinner's not here, so let's save him for last. He's often not here. Schumacher said he was coming back. Nefedov sometimes shows up. Victory Sword was here. So let's do Victory Sword, and then whoever's here from the remaining games first. Okay. Victory Sword. Victory Sword playing the London against me. We're not going to spend too much time on this. We'll analyze it from his perspective, as much as it hurts me to do this. I hate the London, but we got an interesting game here because he played Bishop F4, D6, Knight F3, Knight WD7, and now very unusual move. I'm seeing this from time to time, but it's not usual. Most people who play the London do not play C4. And there are cases where you play against a King's Indian, this is a good plan. Like, if you played C4 already, Knight C3. If C4 and G6 were in the position, I think Knight C3 would be a good move. But after C4, it's actually a very rare position. Look at the statistics here. White has plus score, 47-25. And this is my own invention. Although it's been played on lichess in games. I have checked this with the computer prior to this game. This is a speculative pawn sacrifice by black, but it's quite interesting. E5. So, I knew this had never been played in an OTB game, but I have probably played it in casual games that aren't in the database. I'm not sure if I have any actual games here with black. Oh, I do. Okay, so we've got a number already. I lost to a 1300. I have a lot of games, actually. Wow. How did I lose to a 1300? Well, it must have been a simul or something. So E5, D takes E5. You have to take it. And now if you take with the bishop, someone took with the bishop, that's how they beat me. Oh my god. Bishop takes E5. I messed up. Maybe I just resigned because I thought that was suspicious or something. Knight takes E5. Queen D8 check. King takes D8. Knight takes E5. Now I played Bishop B4 check. They played Knight D2. And I played King E7. I played A3. And I'm not sure about this. I took on D2 with check. That doesn't seem right, but I have to do something. King takes D2. Rook D8 check. King E1. No, King E3. Position is equal, apparently. Even though I'm down a pawn, I had enough compensation. So it's an interesting gambit. This is a new, as I said, semi-new idea. You took with a knight, and then I played bishop e4 check. Yeah, it's better to play this check. You know, here objectively, you don't want to get pinned, so you have to play that. Knight c3, castles, and now white played knight takes d7. I don't know. No, maybe if you have an alternative way of playing this position. Someone played queen b3 against me. Lud. But I don't know who that is. That's a game from 5 years ago. In the heart of the pandemic, 2020, I faced queen b3, queen e7. I'm not sure that improves white's position. Anyway, what you did has been played before. Knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, and now this is a new move, bishop d2. Undeveloping. So, what the other player played against me once, 96, makes more sense. They played queen c2. But in any case, I did the same thing, and I have compensation. My advice would be not to play c4, first of all. In the opening, white's best line here is knight c3, no? Am I making that up, or is that true? I think this is best. To play knight c3 in the style of the Jabava. I had a bunch of games with Schieberspieler, Ayeste. Whatever happened to Ayeste? Ayeste, I must have offended them or something. But I think that's best. That's known. There was a game by Robert Marcus with c5, and Hikaru, I think, has a game here with black. Actually. So c4 is kind of, if you look at the opening explorer. Okay, c4 only has one game. That's unbelievable. No, it transposes. It transposes. Look at white's score here. It's unbelievable. Black is clearly in need of improvement. C5 does all right. What's the ideal with c5? I mean, what's up with c5? c5, e3. c5, d5. c5, d5, b5. Leonid Bass, 1991. But you can play the safer e3. Let's see what the computer says. c4, c5. Yeah, so this is critical. c5, d5, b5 with a weird Benko gambit. I haven't seen Leonid Bass in 25 years. So, e5, novelty, take, check here. Take, we have compensation. Black has compensation. e3. I guess you got to think about castling queenside. So if you want to castle queenside, how do you castle queenside? Problem is f2 is weak. Like the other guy played against me, queen c2 seems very logical. Instead you played e3, bishop c6, a3, and now, if I play bishop c5, I was afraid you'd hit me with b4, although I don't know if that's even a good move for white. So, although I'd like to have the time to get in a5 to grab more space, I played bishop f8, he played b4 anyway. I'm not sure that you should play b4. You weaken your queenside. You could castle queenside and maybe even sacrifice your pawn on g2 to open the g file for counterplay for white. But it's not so easy, I know. But I don't think that b4 helps you. I mean, it's likely that you have to castle queenside. a3 is enough weakening on your queenside. You shouldn't do that. I mean, play queen c2. Or even, bishop e2 and sacrifice this pawn. But that's why I played bishop f8. This stays guarding the G file. I don't know if I would take the pawn or not, honestly, with bishop takes G2. I don't have to. I have like strategic compensation. As long as you can't castle kingside. Then again, I might have to take it if I have nothing else. You're threatening to castle kingside. You forced my hand. Now I have to take it. You play rook G1. I move the bishop somewhere. If here, rook G3, bishop F5. I don't know if you want to do that. So probably queen C2 and try to castle queenside and take your chances. I would play A5 maybe. Objectively, I don't know if that's a good move for black. It's probably not as good as it looks. A5 doesn't really do anything. So anyway, it's a tough game. Maybe giving the pawn back was a reasonable idea. B4, B6, F3. This is very dangerous for white. I don't recommend it. And I got a very strong attack here. But after knight h5, white defended pretty well. I'm threatening this. I'm threatening f5, f4 type of ideas. So if you play g3, I can attack the f3 pawn. I was probably going to play f5 and then just use the pressure down the middle with open files. So this is very interesting. White sacks the exchange intentionally, I assumed, with king f1, knight g3 check. I wasn't really happy about this, because white seemingly has enough compensation, or almost enough compensation for the exchange. And with white's king exposed, objectively trading queens is probably fine. But it was an arena and I wanted to win, quicker. So I decided not to trade queens. And here, 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 threatening f5. White plays knight d5, bishop d6, and then knight f4. And now I played bishop takes f4, sorry, and bishop f4, rook d8, queen c2, queen f6. All these moves seem pretty straightforward. Here, 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 queen e5, here, queen d4, here, queen d7. And I think like the computer hated your next move. Because I looked at this on my own, It looks to me like white might be able to hold on in this endgame. You can kind of keep me out, let's say this is very solid, this thing here, this cube, triangular cube. This is not easy for black to win. Maybe g4, stopping the break with f5, and then all of the dark squares. All that white can do is really draw, but as far as black winning, it's not easy at all. So as far as I remember, you're probably holding on until c5. See, like look at the stockfish. Just remember, you have a dark square bishop and I don't. So trading pieces is in my best interest. You can control both color complexes. I don't have any entry points into the position. So when you blundered this c5, immediately it gives me bishop b5. Which means we're trading pieces, which means I can get you on the light squares now. And that was the winning move, basically. Once the bishops get traded, it's very hard to protect yourself on the light squares. And that was it. But you did put up a lot of resistance. This should have been easier for me. I didn't play this the best. You defended very well. In fact, it's possible that maybe white even reached a drawn position at some point. Let's check the engine here. I was threatening h5. So honestly, I thought you should play bishop e3 here. But it may be not so good. My idea was to meet h5 with g5. I'm not sure if it's good enough. It looks like it's lost. All right. So you can't prevent that. And my rook gets penetration. And I thought I'd be winning easily here. With my rook coming in, winning a pawn on the queen side, most likely. King is out of position, rook h1. And I can't believe this is even close. I must have made a serious mistake here. Look, the evaluation is +4. Bishop d4 stopping rook a1. Here is okay. King f4, good move. Here. Now g4, good move. Rook takes a3. I'm totally winning. Good try, g5. Rook b3. Bishop c5. And suddenly, it's not so easy for black to win. It looks like I had a5. And I was afraid to commit to this type of thing. I had to calculate. I didn't have enough time. I should have calculated this out. I can force it through, maybe. I was afraid your king could get back somehow. And I was also afraid to allow g6 in the wrong position. But this is possibly drawn. It looks like after allowing g6 there in that position. I can't allow you to have two connected passed pawns. This is very scary. What about g6? That's a mistake as well. You'll also get two connected passed pawns. I have to find a5. And I wanted to try to play without making some kind of committal move. But after this, I don't know anymore. I could even lose this position. So I was pretty much angry with myself for the way I played this. And now suddenly, the plan was to take on b4, but you have this avalanche with e5. I should have taken the pawn, but I was afraid of like bishop d6, bishop f8, and that doesn't work. I didn't see rook d4 check, and secondly, obviously e5. If I'm careful, it's a win, but I was kind of freaking out in this arena, and so at this point, it's a draw apparently. Rook c8, bishop d6, king e8, e5, fe5, bishop e5. And so this is really interesting. Here you have possibly an unbelievable move, king e6, with the idea of f6 and then g7. So I had allowed you to reach a drawn position, essentially. This is unbelievable. F takes e5, bishop takes e5, king f8. Now I still have a chance to win. You have so much space, it should be a draw at this point. King g8, bishop c5, rook e8. This allowing these pawns up here allows you to achieve a drawn position. And then wait out for the draw. But why should I accept a drawn position? Even if it is a draw, I shouldn't accept a draw, and you shouldn't offer one. There's too much play left in the position. So I was pissed that he offered a draw, because I still have practical chances. Here I'm threatening a5. He has to play bishop e6. I checked. He moved. I attacked his pawn, and now he has to play king e5 only move. And he didn't. He played king e6, dropping a piece. So, all right. Anyway, that was that game. That was fun. Is anyone else here? Neil Skinner's not here. Nefidow's not here. Schumacher is not here. Therefore, Saeed's is the only one here. Is that correct? Hi. Saeed's, you're here. No one else is here. Of the remaining games, this is our limit, 10 games limit. All right. We'll do the other 3 last. That was a terrible endgame technique by me from Tuesday's tournament. What's that? Uber driver? Always offer a draw to a high-rated player. I can shake it off in the opening, but you always offer a draw to every kind of player. Your rule is just offering draws. All right, so this is a game against an older, experienced player who had fallen from good form. Anyway, you were good out of the opening, but lost strategical advantage somehow. All right, so you played white and you played b3. The opponent played d5. I think that people who play this better be queen pawn players. So if you're an e4 player, you ought to play e5. If you're a queen pawn player, you should probably play d5. There are exceptions, but just as a general rule, if you face an opening like b3 and you don't have a set repertoire, if you're an e4 player, don't play like you're playing d4 with white. So I assume he knows what he's doing. d5, bishop e2, and then kind of a weird move by black now, e6. There's obviously nothing wrong with this move. But there are many other options. Knight f6, of course. I mean, the first thing to point out is that this is rarely a really good idea for white to play like bishop takes f6. So, some beginners will be like, oh, I only wanted to make sure I could take with the piece on f6. That's not really a problem. I don't think it's the greatest Trompowsky. After bishop takes f6, the problem is either way black takes here. But I mean, b3 is not a constructive move for white in most cases. Unlike the Trompowsky, b3 weakens white on the dark squares on the queen side. So you have like an unimproved, it's essentially an unimproved Trompowsky with unnecessary dark square weaknesses on the queen side. Most people aren't going to do that. So I don't know of any specific reason why black should play e6. My favorite line is bishop g4, which of course, Saeeds, if you played this before, I might have played against you. I oftentimes play bishop g4. So black played e6, you played e3, and then black plays knight f6, and then white plays knight f3. Now black plays bishop e7, which is okay, but it's also reminding us of the very famous, the most famous, Nimzovich attack game of all time, Lasker-Bauer. I can't remember if Bauer put his bishop on e7 or d6 now. Again, a very solid move, but not fighting for e5 at all. After this, black should probably play b6 and place the other bishop on b7 to control the e4 square. So now you played c4. Now you're not going down a kind of like Lasker, Bauer, Birds. Lasker played bishop d3 in the epic game, but I mean, of course, black can play better than Bauer played. Black can attack this bishop on d3 with knight to c5 or c5, c4. Bishop d3 is somewhat like strategically, it's strategically sort of dubious. Nevertheless, c4 is fine. You're transposing to a game that brings back bad memories for me. My loss against Misler for my recent IM tournament that I played this with white. Black castled, and I think I played knight c3 against Misler here, which is the main move. So there's various setups you can play. I mean, you're effectively playing black, and your opponent is playing like the Koli-Kalinowski or the Kali system. You're playing black against a player who's playing passively with white, essentially. So you can play with knight on c3, or you can keep that back and play a kind of hedgehog. Uber driver, you're gonna be warned. This is a serious stream. If you keep like trolling for attention, I'm gonna have to time you out. This is a serious game, man. We're talking about serious games. Tournament games. You wouldn't understand, Uber driver. So knight c3, I like it, but it has the problem that it creates collision, confusion on the queen side between these two pieces, oftentimes becoming problematic. On the other hand, you know, if you do like d3, it's a relatively passive like hedgehog, and you don't get much with white. You could also just play d4. You could also just play bishop e2 as you did. There's nothing wrong with bishop e2. Totally standard move. Now black plays c5. His other option is very important. Black can play b6, and I think this is solid. All right. I'm gonna have to put him on timeout. I know he donated 500 bits today. Is Uber Driver talking about, like, what is he doing? Is he talking about a game I played in the World Senior like 3 years ago? Because that was slightly different, you know. It was a slightly different order of moves in the opening, I believe. Anyways, I think that b6 is safer for black. Solve the problem of the bad bishop, and get good control of e4. You know, obviously you can exchange pawns on d5. It's not such a big deal. This is essentially what Misler did against me. Misler would go b6 and then later play bishop b7 and even replace his bishop back to d6, where it would be more active in the first place. But this turns out to be the main move. c5. It's a different style of play. You know, now black's main priority is probably trying to play knight c6 and push d4. You castle. See, he plays knight c6 now. You can't let him just smash you with d4. You're essentially playing the black side of an e3 Queen's Indian. Knight e8 is legit? No. Knight e8 is strange. Knight e8 would be very eccentric. But now black is threatening to play d4, which looks serious. If you allow him to play d4, black is better. So white can't screw around here. You can't play something like too slow, like d3. Okay, d3 may not be that bad. If you play d3, you're playing the white side of, you're playing like a reverse Benoni. But I don't know, man. I already don't like it, you know. I don't think we should do that. So taking is good, and your alternative to taking, well, really your only alternative to taking would be either d4 or possibly, you know, maybe Uber Driver was talking like backwards or something, like knight e5. I mean, if you want to play for a draw, or you want to really play like you're black, you could play knight e5 and suggest a trade of pieces, you know, or if you're like, have Tony Miles like endgame technique, I guess this is fine. Is 98 legal? Yeah, that was legal. It was legal. This was approved, 98 was approved by Yevgeny Pyankov. Shaki. Somewhere in Russia, there's like a 78-year-old man, you know, who likes trading bishops on f3 and f6, who would definitely appreciate this move. But okay, castles, knight c6, c takes d5, e takes d5, d4. This is absolutely like correct. And you know what you've done? You've transposed to a semi-tarish now. No, you've literally transposed directly to a semi-tarash by exact tempi now. And black's bishop is on e7 rather than d6. I mean, technically, I don't know whether you can call it, you have to call it a semi-tarash. It could also just be a tarash, like an e3 tarash. But with the bishop on d6, you know, it's more active. So I'm not sure what black should do here, if he has any alternatives. With the bishop on d6, I would think like a6 would be a normal move. Also with the bishop on d6, he can place his rook on e8. The problem with his position is that after this, he doesn't have the bishop on d6, and there's no active threats against your king side. If you were to choose between what? Hanging central pawns? This and hanging central pawns? No, I would rather play this. You know, this is solid. If his bishop's on d6, you have a book position where he has some serious threats. You have to be very, very accurate there. I lost once to Kaidenmav. But with his bishop on e7, this is definitely better for you. You know, he's going to have to lose a full tempo to get to a normal position. Yeah, so your other option, doing like d4, you're saying. You don't have to hang, you know, Uber Driver would do this. He would like do this. He would take with the pieces and offer a draw. Like d takes c4, bishop takes c4 takes here. Knight takes d4. It's Ulf Anderson versus Sasanko. Draw? This is what Uber Driver would do. So Caruana. That's like a grandmaster draw, you know. No, a real chess player, yeah, goes into IQP, but you also don't have the ideal isolated queen pawn. You know, that's kind of a problem. You also would be better off with your bishop on d3, where it's more active, probably, than on e2. So I'm not crazy about your hanging pawn position here. Paul Keres would want his bishop on d3. You know, and also your knight probably wants to go to c3, where it's more active, though not necessarily. But at least be developed with a knight, be developed with the bishop on d3. Yeah, black's okay there. No, I think you did the right thing. And, you know, to be honest, black needs to consider taking with the knight here. So you can see this is now Shaki's suggestion of bishop f6 actually happens. I've literally had games of that happen. So Shaki really wants to go for bishop f6. This is your place to go. Maybe even Uber Driver. But your opponent, yeah, this looks like a mistake. Objectively. It's funny, black played queen takes d5 in one game. It's actually not that bad. It's certainly... How do you refute that move? I'm not sure that move can be refuted. Even queen takes d5 is okay. But anyway, this gives you the chance. So it turns out black has 94. Speaking of Uber Driver, this transposes to some kind of semi-Tarish line. Is there bishop f6? Oh no, Uber Driver's favorite move. Does bishop f6 work? Shaki? Apparently not. It does though, it does, doesn't it? Knight d4, knight takes c5. That's a possibility for black. I like it better than what he did. There are other options. I mean, even rook e8 looks reasonable. Here's a Hungaski game. Hungaski is good normally in these kind of structures. He lost to this Sosa guy, who's a GM now. Maybe the guy's just a strong player, but... Anyways, so you get the IQP, fine. And now black's best move is what? This is not right. There's no way that knight takes d4 is a good move. Bishop e6 doesn't look good. Rook e8 looks like an idea. Knight e5 is a combative kind of approach. I'm not sure if that's sound in this exact position. But I don't know what else to suggest for black. If I were black, I would probably play rook e8 and take my chances there. In Dubov Shitskov. But this is kind of weird to trade pieces. Here's a 2021 game by Dizdarevich, Bosnian Grandmaster, following the exact same as yours. And now bishop e6. Well, under the circumstances, bishop e6 makes sense. That dude's move is probably worse, you know, to be honest. I think that b6 just weakens black's queen side. So your opponent's move is superior to bishop to b6. I don't see any reason to move any more pawns for black. Bishop b7 is not great, obstructed by the pawn there. It's not great on e6 either, but I think it looks both ways. At least if you put the bishop on e6, it has scope, you know, in two directions. On b7, it's just blocked behind the pawn. So this is superior, like in the Tarish or in the Tartikover variation of the Queen's Gambit. You know, it doesn't look great, but it's still better than bishop on b7. Knight c3, and now there's a game here. Oh my god. Gunther Walter. That's not the same Walter. I told you guys this is a common name. The young German future Grandmaster Uwe Bonch against Gunther Walter, 1976. Same exact position. Black played Queen A5. Same exact move. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I ever... This is such a typical IQP position. I would be surprised if I had a game here. But I'd be white, most likely. Oh, no! How weird is that? Of all the people for me to have a game against, it's Schrodinger's cat. Can you guys believe that? That's weird. Unbelievable. Wow, Saeeds, you played well this game. You transposed to my game with Schrodinger's cat. And Schrodinger's cat played b6, but with his bishop on e6, even worse. That's a really bad move. Then you weaken the queen side, but you don't even have the bishop on b7. Okay. Queen a5 is definitely a good move, but you're still much better. Now, I don't know if you should play a3. What this is, what you're playing here now, it looks like you're on the black side of a c3 Sicilian. Like a very standard type of position where you're better. The obvious plan is to put pressure on d5. And the obvious way to do that is by playing bishop f3. The idea isn't to win the pawn. The idea isn't to blockade the pawn. The idea is to attack the pawn and tie the opponent down. That's me. I said that. Rook fd1 perhaps is good too. Now thank you for making a sensible comment over driver. We'll keep it sensible. Bishop f3, rook d1. This is bad. You weaken your queen side. You should put pressure on d5. I agree. Rook fd1 or bishop f3. One or the other. But a3 is bad. It's not like bad, terrible. One of these players played it. Now, game 1 is a correspondence game, and game 2 is a young future grandmaster. Who played a3? So a3 was played in the following. I'm assuming this is a correspondence game. Capablanca Memorial. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? What? Dude, Capablanca Memorial. I've never even heard of these guys. Wow, that's crazy. 2580 against 2572? Dude, are these guys like really... That's the Cuban rating system or what, man? They've been cut off from the rest of the world. I know that Cuba has strong chess players, but it's a little bit unusual, you know, that it's 13 years old game and I never heard of these guys. They must still be in Cuba. What happens when you're in Cuba? I mean, you only can go to the Soviet Union or have like Soviet players, Mexican players. Who do you play against? You know, you can only play with a handful of countries, like Latin American countries, Russia, or you get out, you know. There's only a few tournaments. Capablanca Memorial, maybe a few others. A3. This guy's a real 2580. I have never heard of him. Yusnel Bacalao Alonso. So he played A3. I don't like it. You know, it seems unnecessary. And you're telling me black is a 2572 and he played queen c5 here. I mean, I'm skeptical of this game. It looks very... It's very hard for me to believe that a 2580 player, the 2580 players would play like this. Sorry. I'll take Uwe Bonch 2265 over those guys any day. Was bishop a3 a threat for black? No, I think it's not a threat. It's his good bishop, you know. But you do have to be like prepared for it. I don't think it's really a threat. You know, I think that Bonch understands that. So, no, it's not a threat. I mean, it's an idea, but it's not a threat. It might be a plan, but it's not a threat. Rook FD1 is best. Here. This move I don't get. You know, like, why not just play like Queen B6 2 moves ago? I mean, what does trading queens here do? White's just better. It almost looks like, you know, black's just losing on purpose or something. Anyway, I just don't think that's a move that 2600s don't play like this, you know. Anyways, your game. That's unbelievable, dude, that your opponent played the exact same move that the supposed 2600 played. That's crazy. I believe it more that an average 1900 player would play it than a 2600. Trading queens, okay. But you're clearly better, and trading pieces when you have IQP is generally a bad idea. His queen was in the wrong position anyway. I mean, objectively, I don't know what black should do, but maybe the queen should be like on D7 or something. So anyway, queen c5, bishop takes c5. You're better. After queen c5, the other guy played knight b5. That's a strong move. He wants to, you know, use the b5 square, but you could trade and play knight b5, though, I would imagine. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you did. But b4 again, unnecessary pawn move. Okay, there is d4, but it doesn't work tactically. So long as that move doesn't work, I think that it's fine what you did. But what I don't like is b4. You should play knight b5. The more you move your pawns, the more likely he can break or something like that, and the more squares he can use. He can also get a piece on c4, for example. More pawn moves, the more weaknesses you have. So now he has a5 break, that he didn't used to have that. He can trade pawns and liquidate, get closer to a draw. I'm not sure if it works, but this is a very serious consideration for black here. The more he trades, the better with the inferior structure. I'm not sure that knight c7 is necessarily a threat, but it might be. But I mean, for example, like rook c8, knight takes, pawn takes, and black is threatening rook c2. You know, so I don't think you can take the pawn on a5. Here, that's maybe not as good. Here, and why that rook? Your rook on a1 is playing. Maybe it's best to go with this one. Or maybe you can play a better move without moving any rook, you know? Maybe you should just go knight d4. Another move you have to consider is bishop d3. I think his a5 is still a very important idea. Now Shaki's move finally got played. Good job, Shaki. Predicted the future. Knight e8. Safe, solid move. White is better. But here, I feel like a5 is black's, you know, only active chance. I guess he can't play it now because you take on c8. He could play it. He could play it. He could trade rooks and play it, actually. You played bishop b5, so this doesn't do anything. You know, bishop b5 doesn't do anything. It would be better to play a constructive move. Okay, you're stopping knight d6. It does something. Okay, it does do something. But also makes a5 stronger. So black played a little too passively. You know, again, I think he should try something active. He has to try. I think you've been better with your rook on c1, the f rook on c1. It's useful to have the rook on a1 here. It might help you like defend b4 or just defend the a file. You're just lucky that the opponent played a kind of passive style. Knight d4. Now he realizes this bishop isn't great, and that's okay. You know, on the other hand, black needs to consider bishop d7, but if he plays bishop d7, I guess the question is, how is he going to defend the d5 pawn? No, so ultimately, it doesn't really solve the problem. He's better off doing what he did. This is a good decision. Now, if you take his light square bishop, you're slightly better. But notice how he got access to c4. That support point wouldn't exist if you hadn't played b4, you know? So I feel like black is almost okay now after knight d4. And after this, maybe we can argue that you can take, and that's what you did, and you can argue that you're still a tiny bit better here. But his bishops are pretty good, and he still has a5 lever. I think that, you know, it's going to be kind of equal. Now, this is maybe the most interesting move I've seen. Knight b3, keeping an eye on a5. King f8, and then f4, introducing new ideas. And also giving your king a square on f2, g6, rook f d1, and then he trades rooks, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook c8. And I wouldn't want to trade pieces if I had no other choice, but it's fine. You're still a little bit better. You know, I think you should be playing for a win. All of your pawns are on the right color. He has a bad light square bishop. All of his pawns are on the wrong color for that bishop. Your knight can play on both colors, and you need to slowly improve your position. I'd like to play something like, you know, h4, g4, g5 maybe, and squeeze him. We can squeeze him. You need to centralize your king. I don't know, maybe like c3. It's probably a draw objectively, but white is better. Bishop f3, bishop e6, knight d4. Okay. Now he decides to play a5. Ironically. It would be good to have our king on like c3 now. Then you could just keep the tension. Yeah, this is a draw after knight takes c6. So if you want to win here, I don't know if you can, but you can't trade on e6. So the only chance to win would be to try to keep the tension or trade one set of pawns. I mean, you're not going to win. You know, going back a few moves, let's say to rook f d1, here, 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 here. You know, maybe one thing that you can do is this position. First off, play king f2. Get your king into the game. That should clearly be the #1 priority. Knight d4 was bad. Yeah, it was redundant. You were holding a5, right? Play king f2 first. And then the plan is something like here, here. Or even if you want to play bishop f3, that's fine. But now the next move, yeah, you definitely don't want to play knight d4. You definitely want to centralize your king. So here, and what's he going to do? He can play b6. And he can try to play a5 anyway. It's a little bit of a different story now. He has to weaken himself a tiny bit. But I'm still not sold, you know. Why did we play bishop f3? I mean, what does it achieve objectively? I don't know. This is a move that doesn't work. Yeah, so I guess king f2. The engine says it's dead equal, but that's depth 40, and I would definitely like play with white. But I think it's subjectively a draw. All right, this is now a dead draw. All right, good game. The other thing that you did, you know, was like trading for the. How did that happen? Knight takes c6 eventually. Yeah. Well, taking on e6, that's a draw. Yeah. All right, good game. But you were better. You were better. I mean, you know, it's like not so easy though. Nefedov, where's? I think Schumacher got drunk in the pub, so we'll save him for last. This is Nefedov. Nefedov, good to see you. Nefedov is white against Kellar. D6, D4, knight f6, knight c3, G6, knight f3. I'm really, really surprised because Nefedov against me, when I played the Pierts against him, never did this. He never did this. He always played something with like bishop g5, I think. He did this multiple times against me. Maybe he even played like bishop c4. But I'd be damned if I remembered. There's Nefedov now. I don't remember you ever playing h3, bro. Where did this come from? You've been studying or something? I don't remember you playing new stuff. I guess, I mean, it's possible you played it against me. Black has resources against h3. I've played h3. It shouldn't be a big deal. But I think if black plays stereotype, white can get a very good position. Roman Gigiashvili used to recommend this line for white. You know, a lot of people will argue that like bishop e3 is even better. I think your bishop g5 is kind of interesting. It's rarely played. So it's strange to see Nefedov play h3. Black castles. c5 is possible, but there's take. You know, takes. I guess takes is the question if c5 takes. c5 is a little early. I wouldn't trust it. You know, another weird move the black play, maybe like knight a6. Because bishop takes a6 is rarely good. But anyway, okay, castles is normal. Now you played bishop e3, which is also very standard. But black needs to be careful now. You know, this sort of inexperienced players who don't know this well enough are going to go down some kind of stupid line with like knight bd7 and play knight bd7 and e5 and white is better. But black tries to play this, like, as I said, very stereotype type of thing. Well, no, I mean, knight on bd7 actually allows e5 right away. Knight on bd7 is the worst. We played position up to 5h3 at least 2 times. Let me check here. I didn't necessarily castle. I have one game with c6 and one game with c5. That's not my games. That's me with white. Oh, that's me with white. As black. So I have this position as black only 5 times. I don't play the regular Pierts very often, but I played everything against you. Arsenal fan, Prakvova, you're not in the list. Arsenal. So how do you explain that, Nefedov? In my games, you're not in this list. Are you going ahead a move or something? I'm not getting any Nefedov games here. Now if you play bishop g5, for example, still, yeah, there you are. See, 1, 2. Go back to 4 bishop g7. Aha. There's no h3, bro. 4 bishop g7. You just said Nefedov Sparkle Horse 01. You didn't play h3. Until h3, is that what you said? Up to 5 h3. The point is h3 is something you haven't played before. I'm saying. Oh, well, my whole point is that this is new for you, and that's what I was saying. You're confirming what I said, that this is new for you. You've never played h3. So black plays castles, which is fine. H3 is slow, castles is fine, but black has to be careful not to play stereotype. So bishop e3. Now, black has like b6 and a6, and those moves, not to mention knight a6. The text move is interesting, knight c6. But with bishop e3, you're effectively preventing c5, right? Can black play c5 anyway? Shirazi. Well, that's not a good sign. Which brings me back to the last move. We need to have a closer look at c5 again. c5, bishop b5 check. Okay, so that's the problem. After castles, all right, bishop e3. Yeah, so from what I remember, and I'm not an expert, but I remember I lost to Fuego once with black. I must have played like it was really long ago. It was like 1992, 1993. I played the Pirtz against Igor, which is a really dumb thing to do because Pirtz is like was one of his like best defenses with black. Of course, I didn't know that he had just immigrated to the United States. This is like the second time or first or second time I played him. I played the Pirtz against Fuego, and I probably did like c6, and he played like a4, and we got bishop c4, and it wasn't good for black. This is very standard. That's kind of the main line, the old main line, and this is Roman used to love this for white. Just play a4. Fuego did the same against me, where it was really original. He put his bishop on c4. And I really can't recall what the move order was. Probably like a5, bishop c4. Maybe not a5. I don't remember. Bishop c4. What Igor did, though, he put his queen on b1 at some point, and then maneuvered his queen to a2, which I thought, that's really original. Anyways, in those days, like, they didn't know that c6 wasn't so great. So the point is that c6 isn't good enough for black. Black needs a more dynamic way to play the position. So the best ways are like a6 and b6. B6 is tricky because there may be some sort of, well, actually both moves, but especially b6. Black has to watch this like diagonal here. But it seems to be okay for black if he's careful. Eugene Perelstein, Benjamin. Yeah, I can't remember exactly the position where bishop c4 was played. It wasn't this exact position. The center was clarified. Yeah, exactly, Shaki. That would be true. So this move, okay, knight c6. Interesting idea. Now we're getting close to, maybe Nefedov. We could have had a game where we would have transposed from some sort of Nimzovich. This can transpose from the Nimzovich now. I've probably had games here with this exact position, but from a totally different order of moves, where I played like, knight c6 on move 1. Now we've got Nimzovich and Pirtz combined into one. I played bishop e2 in several games with this exact position against Vadim Milov. I played against one of the Serbian guys. This is a very standard position, but I guess bishop e2 isn't so hot. I mean, it's okay, but it's not great. So, what did you do? You did queen d2, okay? And now there's a threat of bishop h6, but I don't know if we could really call that a threat. If you want to play h4, h5, you've already lost the move. So here I've played a6 with black and maybe e5. And there's also, I do wonder about this move, which might be interesting in certain cases. So e5 is the main move, and now you castled. But you're not supposed to leave the tension here, Nefedov. This is the type of position where, you've played h3, and it's effectively a slow move. So you either, well, I mean, I think you should take. Actually, I don't think there's really a choice. Is this the exact position where I played d5 knight d4 last week against the computer, the guy that got kicked out? You guys, seriously? I was black in this exact position, wasn't I? And the Turkish guy who was banned played d5. Didn't I sack a pawn with knight d4? Takes, bishop takes d4, and I did like knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, Olaf Sepp. Rook e8, look familiar. This looks awfully familiar. f3, but it's not the exact same position. Basically, it was almost the exact same position. f5, almost the exact same position I had with black, but it's insufficient. Black has to play knight e7, it turns out, and pretend you're playing the King's Indian with black. Thing is, you don't have c4, so it's not so easy. Anyway, so you castled queenside. Now black needs to take advantage of his chance here. So it looks like some strong players have done what Nefedov did, but without good results. You see Bruzon, Jeff Zhang, that's a very old game from 2015, when he was like 9 years old. Knightich, you played like Knightich. But I mean, the result is bad, Nefedov. The result is bad. Like white has a negative score here. So my opinion is that castles queenside is a mistake. You're probably like losing your opening advantage. And I played a lot of classical Pierce type positions. I think it's a tough one. Black equalizes on your move. And then if you take, they take with a knight. That's what happened to me. Oh no, look, Durabeli Kamsky. This is, forget about it, man. Very drawish. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, your buddy. You didn't ask Kamsky about it. Queen takes d8. This is like draw city, man. Rook takes d8. How the hell did Kamsky lose? But Durabeli didn't trade queens. He calls, anyway, how did Kamsky lose here? Bishop c4. Kamsky's playing the Pierce with black? Since when? It's weird that Kamsky was playing the Pierce. I mean, I don't know what that's about. But anyway, he should be fine. Maybe Durabeli found the best move here, Bishop c4. This is something like kind of unusual. But he shouldn't have lost. White has a very slight edge. c6 would have been fine. Gotta like avoided the exchange of queens or something. I'm sure he was fine anyway. But okay, interesting. So Durabeli played pawn takes pawn. This is interesting. So the d5 knight e7. This might be the best way to go. But I really don't know. Many years ago, like 30 years ago, I had a game with black once in the U.S. Open. I think it was, maybe it was 1992. It must have been like 1992, 1994, 94, 94 U.S. Open. I played this guy, and it was really funny. He ended up, this last year, he was playing for the Scottish 65 plus team. Ian Aird was his name. I literally played the guy 30 years ago in the U.S. Open. Maybe it was even more. It had to be the U.S. Open, and my first U.S. Open was 94. I believe. Philadelphia. So I don't know. No, I don't think that's really the right kind of position for you, though, Nefidov. I think you should trade pawns. And after knight takes c5, you have a very slight edge. And that's the best you can do. So what you did here is kind of dangerous. You know, because they're going to put pressure on your e4 pawn. So black should take. He doesn't know what he's doing. He played a6. This is too slow. You know, it's amazing that Knight-ish... Okay, Knight-ish was very young. That was back in 2004. Now he looks really old. He's significantly younger than me, and he looks old. I couldn't believe it when I saw him like 3 years ago, Hungarian Teen Championship. He had like white hair. I was like, what's going on? Last time I saw you, your hair was like dark. So castles, a6. Why would anyone play that move? Seriously, a6 against Knight-ish? He was already 2,500. Why would black not take here? You have a perfect position. White's played h3. What does that do? It does nothing. You know, you have a chance to put pressure on the e4 pawn. The only question is like exactly what move order we play here with black. So knight takes d4, rook e8. Not being afraid of this. Wonderman. See, this is the thing. Like, white doesn't want to play f3 if you've played h3. Does that look right? No. It's like you mouse slipped your h pawn to h3 when you're supposed to play h4 or something. Maybe white's equal, but he's not better. So, let's see if Nefedov improved on Knight-ish. In any case, black shouldn't play a6, and Nefedov should probably trade pawns on e5. So now we have an improved version, but how improved? You can still play d5. He has the additional Ricard Router maneuver there with like knight a7. Knight a7 is very funny. It's a very strange way of undermining the e4 pawn. But I'm serious. Like this can actually Richard Routerport played like knight a7, knight b5, undermining e4. It's an idea. No, I think Nefedov, you did the right thing by taking. Now, cognoscenti here. Well, we have to consider the fact that a6 has been played. This changes the position slightly. It cuts out any kind of bishop b5. It cuts out any kind of knight b5. So that's important, actually. But I mean, are you threatening to take his pawn on e5 now? Trade queens. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Knight takes d8. You took the pawn. You greedy Nefedov. But he has knight e4. And you have the in-between move. Oh no. Knight takes f7. But he has knight takes f2. Are you serious? He missed knight takes f2? What a noob. This is a very funny position. Did he improve on Knight-ish or unimprove? So knight takes f7. Where did we leave Knight-ish, by the way? Knight-ish didn't play pawn takes pawn. Yeah, Knight-ish move, I mean, this isn't right. That's not right. I guess it's not terrible, though. But what was black doing? He played b5. Wow. Crazy. g4, b5, g5. Black was like a psychopath. g4, b5, knight h5, d takes e5 now. D takes e5, knight d5, bishop e6, rook g1 here. Black is worse. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. g4 is kind of weird. I would think that black should take on d4. but apparently b5 was best. Wow. b5 was seriously best for black. The engine likes g4. It likes them both. I don't know. You know, maybe Knightage is a genius and his move is better. But it's very hard to argue that, Nafidov. I think the way you played it is fine. The question is, does this work? Does this work? Knight takes e5. Okay, I first thought you would just take back and have some kind of micro advantage, like knight takes e4, bishop takes e5, bishop g5, but it's probably nothing. So what we get is here. Now don't he have like a move like knight takes f2? What am I missing here? Knight h6 check? No. Bishop c4. What about that? Is that for real? If that move works, anything is possible. Damn, it's a draw. Wow. It's a draw in all variations. Of course. Bishop c4 draw. Nefedov would offer a draw if he played bishop c4 here. Wow. So your best move is to take and then play bishop c4. Pinning him. And that is a little uncomfortable for black. Okay. But instead, black just took on c3. Knight takes d8, very logical. Knight takes a2 check, king b1. Now the knight escapes. The knight b4, check. What could possibly go wrong? And after king f8, I was curious if you would play like rook e1 there. Black is lost. This is a very misguided plan by black. King f8. Here I was wondering about rook e1. It's not as good. Nefedov's plan is better. Check here. I just wasn't sure what our best move is at this point. It's brutal. Hey, what's up, troll? Good to have you back with us. King takes d8, and well, material's equal. Uber driver offers a draw. Now Nefedov starts playing a really weird move here. Bishop f7. I could see bishop g8, but this is like a really nasty cheapo. Threatening rook e1, rook d1 check. You're threatening rook d1 check. Pinning the you're pinning the h pawn from advancing. So he could play a5 or something. He plays bishop d7. So I'm getting the impression that maybe bishop f7 wasn't best. You let the opponent escape. Now he should definitely offer a draw. Now Nefedov got desperate. Attack the pawn. Black can't afford to just lose a pawn. And what should black play now? Be here an hour back. h5, right? But if you play h5, at least you can play bishop f5 and try to defend your g6 pawn. No? If you play h6, isn't that a problem? I like h5 better. This is inferior. Now white, maintains a slight advantage. a5, okay. Bishop a3. Oh no. Rook a6. Remember that black is a much higher rated player. At least, well, somewhat higher rated than Nefedov, 130 points. So Nefedov gives him a lot of respect. I guess. Rook e7, bishop d4, rook f7 here, and now it's a draw. Okay, we have one last try. Bishop f8. Oh no, he can play h5. Oh no. And it really is a draw now. Damn, Nefedov. You're such a nice guy giving those guys draws. It took a real effort to not finish him off there. Okay, I've got Mule Skinner. He just let him have a draw. He's a gentleman. Mule Skinner and Nefedov. No, Mule Skinner and Schumacher. Mule Skinner never shows up unless he's actually here, and then he surprises me. Like, hey, I'm here. I just wasn't talking. Schumacher is still at the pub. Bijak is here. Nice. Well, that makes that decision easy. So it's your game against me. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is your game against me. Wow. Okay, cool. So d4, knight f6, c4, b6, knight c3, bishop b7. Now, this is good. This is cool. I had a game the other day where on Tuesday, someone played knight f3 against me, and I'm an idiot. You know, I played like d5. Oh, no, Nefedov, there's some moves left. What? What do you mean? Well, there's moves left. I'm sorry. It said there was a draw for... I saw it was a draw for something. I thought it was a draw. My bad. h5, white offered a draw. h5, bishop g6, white offered a draw. I'm sorry. When Nefedov offers a draw, I take it. Not always. I had the impression you're a little better here because, you know, it's going to be fairly easy for you to make a passed pawn. Because the kings are on the queen side. So what is he doing? Why would you not take a draw here with black? So this is stupid. I mean, he's slightly worse. He shouldn't be declining draws. After h4, this is an interesting plan for you. You really, okay, you kind of need to centralize your king, but at the same time, you have to be careful about how you do it. But I was wondering about bishop h5, bishop g4. Because, you know, his pawns get fixed on the dark squares. That's not necessarily a good development for black. You should seriously consider consider playing this move. I'm not of the impression that you're in any danger of losing. Move 11 immediately. Is Plu Croak here? Yeah, that's a long time ago. I'm surprised Troll isn't a founder. h4. Bishop c5. This was a silly move Nefedov played, but he's in time pressure. Not silly, but not necessary. Still not a bad move. Going here isn't a bad move. b6, bishop e3. Shouldn't call it silly. I'm sorry. I apologize. King d8, and now bishop e4. But I don't know about bishop c4. Now Nefedov is simply making like centralizing moves. But your king needs to get off of b1. And bishop e4 is not a priority, and black has no threats. I was seriously thinking about c4. I think c4 looks good. It allows your king to approach the center. You stop b5. The pawn can easily be protected in multiple ways. Okay, the most combative move he could play there would be like a4. True. Maybe a4 is a little annoying. I'm not afraid, but okay. You could try a4. I'm not scared of it. Whatever. Anyway, bishop e4 is fine, but we can't leave the king on b1 for too long. King e7. This is very hesitant. c3. You know, again, I might argue for c4. Here, king d6. Okay, this is solid. c5. c5 is definitely bad. He should play b5, which is more fluid. Because after c5, now you definitely play c4. And fix the structure. And if anyone's better, it's white. Yeah, a4 is irrelevant. It's a draw. You know, this should be a draw. But Nefedov played this. Giving him another chance to play like b5. I don't think you should do that, dude. The time is starting to set in. But you should fix the structure. If he plays a4, whatever, you know, it's still a draw. He went check, forcing you to make a good move. And then, you know, now you can't lose. After bishop d7, b3, it's absolutely no losing chances for white. His pawns are less fluid than yours. You might even be able to make a pass pawn on the king side. I don't know what he's doing. Okay, g3. He trades off his own bad bishop with an attempt to lose. It's an attempted murder. Attempted self-murder. Bishop takes f5. Why don't you take? Oh, Nefedov settled into just, he's accepting. No, maybe you're accepting the draw now. If you take on f5, you could still play. He has bishop e4, fe4, yeah. And now the thing is, he's going to come in here. So I think you made a mistake there, Nefedov. Now, maybe not. You can play king e3, can't you? You didn't make a mistake. All right, now you made a mistake. Now you made a big mistake. Damn. So black trades like square bishops and Nefedov misses king e3. And after king e3, you're better. Is this still a draw? Maybe it is. Black has to be very careful. Whoa. Oh no. Nefedov. You missed king e3. Oh no. So that was a win. Here. Very bad oversight. Which could even lose the game. For white. It's lucky you have this. Otherwise you might have to lose the pawn. Like give up the e-pawn and go here. Wonder if this is still a draw. You can still lose the e-pawn and draw. Luckily, all of his pawns are on the wrong color. But you can go back and forth to f2 now. He can go bishop f6, bishop d4. Try something like that. Bishop d4, anyone? It's too slow. He's doing nothing now. Oh, he did that. Oh, you got g5. Okay. Oof. Now you're winning. Oh, I saw the end of this. But this is where I said, I thought it was an exchange Roy Lopez. Oh my god. Now it looks like Nefedov's winning. Is this not a win? It's a win. But he had no time left. Oh no. So b4. You went there, even better. Oh my god. Now you're totally winning. This is why he wanted to see the rest of the moves. Not a good game by black. I mean, in the end game. He just got lucky. How did you flag? With an increment, no? What did you do? Stalemate him? Serious? Nefedov stalemated him. He's such a nice guy. Alright, guys. That was how it was a draw. There were a few more moves there. Sorry. Aspirate's into battle chess now. I made the mistake of telling Aspirate about battle chess. Mule Skinner's here. Alright, last two games, Schumacher and Mule Skinner. I played d5 in another game. This is a sort of stupid move. This isn't the game, sorry. Queen c2. d5 is a real move here. Against Schumacher, I played knight c6. Now he played d5. This was a while ago. This was a couple weeks ago. No, see Safarli. I feel like I did something wrong though, again. No, this is okay. No, I mean, I've looked at knight f3. Knight f3 is more common. So against your move, obviously if I play knight e5, yeah, I guess I just haven't faced this move before. Yeah, I hadn't had any games against this yet. So knight e5, you know, knight a5 are too slow. Knight b8 is too slow. Knight d4 doesn't work. So I have to go here. This is my first time playing this position. But I mean, are there any master games here at all? Yeah. So apparently queen d1 was a mistake, wasn't it? No. There's so little practice here, though. I don't know. I thought queen b3, you can be attacked. All right, anyway. So we're following the Safarli game, e6. I didn't know that game. Now you played a3. I played knight a6. And now you played e4, which makes sense. This has been a while ago. When did we play this game? It was March 21st, so it was like 3 weeks ago. No, like 2.5 weeks ago. It's not fresh in my mind. It's almost like an English defense. You could play g3 here and do kingside fianchetto. Depends on how you want to play this. I mean, e4 is definitely interesting. Definitely makes a lot of sense. I feel like g3 is a little safer. Knight f3. Knight f3's been played twice. So what does black do after knight f3? I'm not sure that knight c5 is black's only move here. It hardly seems like black's only option. Poor Adiban. Beaten by his countrymen. So what's the best move? It is knight c5 apparently. Well, even c6 is possible though. That's interesting. Because d6. Check this out. Queen b8. Bishop f4. Knight h5. Sorry, you're overextended. Anyways. Alright, e4 is interesting. So this is only one game where this has happened. Our position has happened. And I played queen e7. So this is a TN. I don't remember if I went over this game, you know, after we played it, Schumacher. Was this a game where I got a bad position? I don't remember. So I played a very original move here, queen e7, which does happen in these lines, but not that common. Castling queenside is a big idea for black. So I play queen e7, interesting. So you have to defend against threat on the e-file now. And you have to play, I would assume, a piece to the e-file. You said you're gonna just because you didn't play it well. Well, it looks like black lost. No, Safarli drew after knight c5. I'm a little worried about f3, to be honest. Don't understand. What's up with f3? Black can play knight h5. I mean, this is a pretty bizarre position. I don't like really what's going on with the other knight. I have enough knights doing crazy stuff here. I'm not really sure what's going on there. The computer confirms that bishop d3 is not white's best move. I'm not sure white should be like trading pieces when black is so constricted. But anyway, okay, whatever. I played queen e7. You played what? Bishop e2. Now I took. But the more I look at this, looking at this from white's perspective in particular, you're not threatening d6. Shouldn't I have played c6 now? If I could? Although I blocked my guy up. After queen e7, maybe c6 is no good anymore. Then c6 is no good anymore. You could just take, and my position looks kind of stupid. Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, you have e5 right away. So c6 is a disaster. Okay. So I played e takes d. You played e takes d. And now I played c6. This is like an interesting line, but I have the feeling that it was too much. Can I play g6? I guess I was afraid of bishop g5. I don't know if black has time, you know. I'm also looking at d6. I mean, if I could, I would play g6, you know, knight f3, bishop g7, castles, and castles, get the hell out of there. Although still it looks like white is better after rook e1. I've seen the queen end up on strange squares, but that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. So I felt like I had to act immediately. This seems reasonable, but you could still just like take. Now, in retrospect, here you played knight f3, but what about just taking? You figure I take with the bishop, and then I threaten g2. Now you have to play like king f1 or whatever. Position's pretty weird. Looks like that queen on e7 is dubious. So, yeah, I played c6. Can I play g6? It is the best move. Okay. So this is my last chance to play sensibly, I think. I should have played g6. The computer agreed. I have to try to fianchetto. Maybe it's not so bad. Knight f3, bishop g7, castle, castle. And if you play like rook e1, you're not threatening any discoveries. I can bring my queen back to like f8. So let's say rook e8. And my plan is that. Going back to f8. It's like a very bizarre Petrov, you know, where black plays like g6. White is better, but it looks like it's not that bad for black. Slightly better for white. You know, obviously these b4 things can be annoying, but it's not always a big deal. Like c6 can be played. I can bring the knight back eventually to c7. It's a what is that? Power of the new? No, it's too late today. We'll have to save that one for next time. Power of the late. Too late today. So c6. This is too much. Knight f3. C takes d5. C takes d5. And then I can't get castled in time now. So I went after the pawn. You castled. I took the pawn. I took it with the f knight, which is kind of weird. You're threatening rook e1 here. So my position is extremely dangerous. You might just be winning at this point. I don't know if I can get my king out. Maybe I took with the f knight, so I put my other knight on e6 here, but you just take, and then I don't have a choice anyway. Well, that was what it was. Yeah, okay. That was what it was. So I blocked the e-file with knight e6. But wait a second here. So you can't prevent me from doing that? Oh, I do the bishop. Okay. I have to block with the bishop. But this is an extremely well played opening by you. You know, you have total compensation for the sacrificed pawn. And I was, you know, pretty much terrified. But here, I think you got carried away. What was I doing? It was a neat move. No, it was a neat move, bishop e5. But why not just play, like, you know, the normal? This was creative. And then bishop e6. Maybe bishop e5 was too fancy, you know? You didn't need to do that. I mean, it probably wouldn't have mattered too much, but you might save yourself some effort by going here. I probably have to play bishop e6 anyway. You could put your bishop wherever you want to put it. You put it on d3. I don't think it's well placed on b5, but let's see. All right, so bishop e5, unless you had a tactic here, bishop a4. Now you're trying to do like knight e5. I offer to trade queens. You can't trade queens. So this is reasonable. And now bishop e7. And then I expected you to play, I don't know, rook c1. And now why? Why did I not castle here? Did I forget castling was legal or something? This is really weird. I guess I just saw my queen and I wanted to run it over here. You play rook d1. I play queen h5. My queen has, like, you know, safety there. Still, you have compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Oh no, bishop e4? Lol. Where? Oh, now. Oh, you were threatening bishop e4. Okay, I didn't see it. Yeah. You were threatening bishop e4, lol. That's serious. Oh, I must have seen it. So I went there. It was scenic. And then rook d1, and then there, and then there, and then there, and then there. And still he's fine. It doesn't matter that he's down a pawn. White is perfectly coordinated. Castles, fe1, rook fe8, and now knight e5. Now trading queens is not ideal. Maybe you should put your knight on the other square, right? So the computer still thinks that you have a 0.1 advantage here. But just if you play queen d2. I managed to escape. It wasn't such a bad game. I managed to escape. You're down a pawn, but it's not such a bad pawn. What'd you do? Here. And now you did a tactic? It doesn't work? Oh no. Knight takes c7, bishop takes c7. That was bad. I think you could have put your knight on d4. What about d4? Queen e2, rook e2. But anyway, alright. Where did you lose your advantage? Here. Even here you had bishop g5 apparently. That's a really cool move. So you have to be more incisive tactically. Okay, it was a fast game. But overall, a good game by you. You handled that pretty well. My queen e7 is dubious. If we go back to the opening, I don't think I can repeat that move. It is the third best move according to the engine. But knight c5 seems to be much stronger. But the computer agrees that f3 is best. Now a5, okay. It's just like a weird King's Indian where black hasn't played g6. Interestingly enough, if e5, knight g8. Anyway, that's another story. All right. Last game was Muleskinner, who's here, against Paco. Alright, guys. Good luck, Paco. You should have played the French. We started Muleskinner, but we only got to move 2, and we moved on to a different game. e4, knight f6, knight c3, d5. So, I played this against Muleskinner too, because he likes closed positions, and well, I played this Scandinavian more. I don't remember if we had this a long time ago. Let's take a look. So Uber driver, Asterbait. I think Mule Skinner would make the top 10 list on average rating. So I've never played this against you, strangely enough. I must have played the Alucane against Mule Skinner. Used to play E5. What do you mean? This guy? This kid? Paco or this guy? Paco used to play E5? I'm just surprised I never played it against you. So E5 94. Oh, we were looking at that earlier Rudolf Spielmann game. Rudolf Spielmann played now that I'm thinking about it, somewhere I saw Rudolf Spielmann game where he played E5 and his opponent played that. Maybe Mr. Slow is still here and remembers what I'm talking about. But isn't this one of those positions where he did like E6? I mean, there's no way that Rudolf Spielmann is not playing E6 in that position, but it's been analyzed and it's considered to be inferior. But anyway, okay, this is different. I never played knight d7. I played this move quite a bit. So this is like, if we want to be Rudolf Spielmann, we play queen e2. But that's an improved version for black. So main line is your move, knight on c to e2. And now black has two moves. There's d4, and Bronstein has a game. Bronstein annotated a game, I think, maybe in 100 Open Games. No, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. No, it could have been. But I'm pretty sure that Bronstein somewhere analyzes like d4 game. That's the other line. I always played f6. And then, well, Smyslov, someone, 77, Smyslov versus Lev, the far right activist. Who would imagine Lev Albert would like emigrate to the United States, make America great again, earn tons of money as an overpaid chess teacher in New York City, and then turn into like a right-wing spokesperson? He must be like senile or something. All right, but anyway, f6, d3. He's toxic right-wing political poster. d3, knight g5, main line. And now, most commonly people play bishop takes g5 just because they can. I haven't had a game in this in like a million years. We don't like Lev Albert, troll. He immigrated, from the Soviet Union so he could be a far-right Trump supporter, which makes a lot of sense. Knight g5. So you don't play bishop takes g5. Interesting. Wow, there's no games at bishop b3. So you're telling me, Mule Skinner, that you got out of book here? You got out of book? No, this is the problem. No, the problem is Uber Driver, that knights are better if there's no pawn breaks, and black has no pawn breaks against the e5 pawn. I played this position a lot. Black is definitely worse. black has no way to break the e5 pawn. So the structure can become kind of static. And in my experience, black has to be very, very, very active. Those bishops are nice to look at, but in practice, white's knights might be as good or better. Main line is h4, and then it's not clear if you should take or push. But I think the point here is the pawn on e5, and it's really impossible to break that. White gets outpost squares for the knights. You know, for example, if like g4, this square, you know, you've got the e5 pawn, you've got f4 square. Bishops are nice, but he can't do anything. You know, he has one dark square bishop. No pawns that can undermine the pawn on e5. This line has a bad reputation for black, but it's playable. There's also g takes h4. So you can see these are Aliakin defense experts, Kengis and Palatnik, playing black, and they still lost. Like two of the best, you know, experts on Aliakin. So g4. Alright, that's the best line. Bishop e3 is a new move. How bad can it be? I guess it just maybe lets black get away with an equal game. If I play like knight f7, you'll have to trade pawns and we get a exchange French. So this is a very strange move by your opponent for me. I would think knight f7, and now you'd be obligated to trade pawns. And black takes back with the e-pawn, and it's a strange exchange French where the knight on f7 is actually not that bad, you know, pretty good. So apparently there are other moves like f4, Johnny Hector style, but this is accepted as the best. So bishop e3, bishop f5. I mean, bishop f5. That's a fantastic move. It discourages d4. But that's also, like, you're asking to hit by this, you know. You're asking to hit by knight d4 in a lot of lines. That's what happened in the game. White actually played knight d4. Rudolf Spielman happy to see, like, bishop f5. Bishop f5 is a very strange move. Yeah, it's a very strange move. What else can black play? His knight is on g5. Why doesn't he just put it on f7? What's his problem? You know? Is he afraid of some trap? Like, is there something here? Like e6? No. No, I'm going to take that. And then what are you going to do? Knight f4. White has nothing. Literally nothing. So, very strange decision. Bishop f5 here. And now another strange decision, e6. Black's giving up. Now that bishop, I'm agreeing with Uber Driver on this. In general, bishops are stronger than knights. Taking that one. Taking the pawn away from the center. This exchange, I still say, is absolutely okay. Because again, if we do that, the c5 pawn, you know, can be supported, and it's a forever pawn. So it's sound to play bishop takes g5. I think, like, leaving the bishop on f5, that's a knight though. That's good. f4. Okay, now at least he doesn't block his bishop. I'm a little bit concerned about our pawns being supported, so it feels like you should play d4. But maybe Milskinner was thinking that if black pushes, that could be like weakening the light squares. But it's interesting here again. You don't seem to. Oh, you can't because of bishop e4. Okay. Don't want to play d4. You can't play d4. If you play d4, you'll get acerbate. The acerbate's favorite trick. Bishop b4. Power of the New, by the way, we're done for tonight, but I will add that game for next week's stream. So, guys, thanks for your support. So instead, bishop e7, g3. Keeping it in the closed Sicilian family. Now takes. Very good, fine. Here. Now again, we have a symmetrical structure. But this time, it's not completely fixed, but can be. The knights can't seem to get access to the best square, which is e4. So I think that you need to consider this move. It's definitely not forced. Bishop g2. All right. So Muleskinner allowing d4, but banking on the light squares. And then going back to bishop f2. So this is very inventive. You know, you're taking your chances, but you're banking on the guy weakening himself on the light squares. Structurally, it's favorable for black. Someone on Sound has played some games like this against me. It's as if black played like bishop g4 and traded his bishop off on f3 or something. These light squares look very, very bad. But if black can get the king, maybe to h8, you know, where it's clear. Now I would play king h8. But I think that white is better. Now here, you made a sudden movement. Don't make any sudden moves. You're tied down to d3 to some degree, but I think you can live with that, you know. So yeah, it's weird. I mean, you do have this sort of hanging pawns here. I think your light square bishop compensates for the inferior pawn structure. I'm just not sure about this. Maybe move your queen. I mean, obviously, to the light squares would make sense. I'm assuming black will play king h8 in almost any case. If you try to do this, you get hit by knight a5. But you could make just a neutral move. Like rook b1, queen a5, for example. This pawn needs to be protected. That's maybe not clear. I mean, okay, go back a bunch of moves to the central structural thing after bishop g2 here. You know, if you had played d4 yourself, I'm just wondering, like, what would have happened if you played d4 yourself? You lock the position, but you also kind of fix the situation so you have knight e5 no matter what. Your dark square bishop is bad, but you're guaranteed to have a monster piece coming in e5. And d5 is, and I never know what to call that, but that pawn, man, it's something of a liability. I guess, truthfully, he could go back, re-threaten this, try to induce you to play like a3 to weaken your queen side, and then try to exploit that with knight a5, knight c4. But okay, the timing is important. If you don't play d4, here, He could have played d4, you know, himself at any moment. But now, if d4, take, bishop back, you have to defend against the threat. You could play king f2. Artificial castling. So let's say you do it this way. Now this is nothing, right? I'm not saying that white is better, but I'm saying that I think that white is definitely not worse, and it's better than what happened in the game, probably. You're plus half pawn here. Even though you have like the worst bishop in the world, it's a complex situation where 95 can change that. Because if you ever play 95, he's going to have to take it, and then your bishop will open up, you know, one way or the other. And on the other hand, you have a light square bishop he doesn't have, and his pawn on d5 in particular is kind of a long-term liability. So it's an interesting position where maybe we play the pawn structure differently. The result would have been different, but this looks okay at first. And then he's coming there. So rook e1, I don't know. I don't know about rook e1. I guess it's okay. All right, rook e1, rook e8. And now knight g5 feels kind of random to me. But you give your bishop some scope. You're undermining c5. So what's the deal with the final position? You're better here. You know, your two bishops. The question is how much better? The white squares are weak. d3 is a little bit weak. Your two bishops are a good combo. The pawn structure is kind of imbalanced. But you don't want to trade necessarily. Your next move was surprising. But I guess okay, rook e3. Yeah, I don't know what to play here. My guess is that white is very little bit better, but not easy to play. Can I suggest another crazy possibility that probably doesn't work, but maybe works? Is this insane? We can play d4. Just pushing the central pawn man, shove it down his throat. That pawn could be very, very nasty, actually. It's 0.8. Well, I guess if your pawn is weak on d3, we can do d4, d5. Yeah, you have a clear advantage. Almost a clear advantage. d4 is the best move. It took me like 3 or 4 minutes to realize that d4 is the best move here. First off, you have to recognize that the tactic, you know, with bishop b4, which we had been fearing forever, that doesn't work because of rook takes rook, obviously. You know, that's been in the position forever. Okay, 95 was not played. Yeah, I got that. No, I understood like rook e3 was a draw. But rook e3 is a weird move. It's kind of a weird move. I mean, it defends your pawn. But it's awkward. You know, you're blocking your bishop. It's not easy to decide. You know, rook b1. Even rook d1. You know, Uber Driver made the weird suggestion of a4. Not so stupid. Not that weird, actually. Queen c2. But I think the d4, it's kind of counterintuitive. But then you sit there long enough, you realize there's no tactics for black. And, you know, this pawn is just gonna, it's like a Grunfeld, you know. You're better here. You're seriously better here. And that pawn can't be picked off, you know. So you have a good closed Sicilian now. A very good closed Sicilian. All right, guys, I got to go. Thanks for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow. So Blitz challenges at at between noon and 1. I'll be starting between noon and 1 tomorrow at some point. Thanks everybody for your support. Muchos gracias. Thanks everyone for following. Thanks for the gift subs from Mr. Slow, donations and whatnot. Appreciate it, guys. And any leftover game I'll put in for next week. See you guys for some Blitz tomorrow. Bye-bye.